Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on. Here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Here we go. Come on. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here. Break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
Parties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Here we go. Come on. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here. Break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Popping their head up. Whoa, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? Something! Here they go. They're going to send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run.
Welcome everybody to the final super weekend here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. We're in day number 2 of it. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. Hope you guys are feeling good, feeling ready, because it's Sunday and it is a big day today. Of course, I couldn't do this at all without my amazing analysts on the desk. Let's go ahead and bring in the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Today, Seven, I know you're having that heart, but today I think we're going to see some of those hearts break, right? We're going to see some squads climb up the leaderboards and some squads get knocked out forever. And when it comes to this tournament, of course, if you guys want to go ahead and make sure that you're keeping up to date with all the discussion, everything, you guys got to make sure that you're following all of the socials, right? They got to be following the PUBG Mobile Esports on Twitter, they got to join the Discord. They got to make sure it's done, Seven. And if they don't do it, they got to use the hashtag PMPL. Ain't that right, Seven?
Please use the hashtag PMPL, especially if you're going to be tweeting about something amazing that's happening in the show. Feel free to add us at the SeminWG, at the Glitter Explosion, at Hot Jukes. So, you know, just add us and make sure you use hashtag PMPL.
That's right. We want to be able to see it. We want to be able to see what you guys are talking about. I mean, one thing that we got to talk about today is a lot of these squads here on top, the squads on the bottom, right, Glitter? Out of all the teams, right, which one do you think stood out to you yesterday?
It has to be Hitlist, obviously. I mean, we talked about numbers and averages that teams needed to hit, and when we look at these overall standings, Hitlist pretty much hit 50 points for the day. Now, if they could somehow repeat that for the next 2 days, not only does that put them in the top 16, that puts them well into the top 16. So I am excited to see what they can do here today.
Same. I'm so stoked. And you know what? Let's go ahead and bring up the top fraggers here for the Super Weekend 2. I want to be able to see exactly how all these squads have been doing, all the players that have been really standing out here towards the end. Seven, right? I'm going to go ahead and start off with you. Why don't you go ahead and give me a guess who we're going to see on top?
You know who we're going to be seeing? This video of top 5 fraggers. That's what we're going to see.
Let's do it.
Roll it.
With the second week now out of the way, there's one last leap that awaits for our top contenders before locking their horns in the finals. But we aren't going to skip celebrating the individual talents who made week 2 worth our time. This week's list consists of mostly the same names who have been leading the charts from the first week. Even after the disastrous performance of Boring Protocol in Super Weekend 2, Spec has once again made it to the MVP list, showcasing that he doesn't need any form of assistance from anyone to continue his hunting streak on the battlegrounds of NA. His daring flanks without the care of losing backup made him a dangerous predator on the loose. From unexpected backstabs to X-ray-like accuracy through smokescreens, it's only because of this man that Boring Protocol is still in the race to the finals.
Credit out, nice shots from Spec. Oh, another one too. Oh, that's a big duo taking out the game. Xenox as well. Goops as well is taking so much damage. Spec single-handedly is putting in so much damage.
Drago, on the other hand, might have followed a very similar playstyle like Specs, but he was much more impressive while executing. Adding the support he received from his teammates, he capitalized on situations way more efficiently. Making his survival the first priority, Drago performed his flanks with extreme caution and engaged in gunfights only when absolutely necessary. While his teammates rushed into the open, scouring for kills, Drago's support from the back made sure that WallStreetBets didn't lose their bets in many situations.
At this point, because I know that there's only one player left, Xenox super low HP, the Molotov is on him, and WallStreetBets played that perfectly. Get the chicken dinner with the kills.
This season, the Nova players are taking on fights head-on without a worry in the world. With more than 10,000 damage dealt this week, Koi makes it to the top 3 without breaking a sweat. Regardless of the risks, he never took a step back during intense gunfights and leads Nova's wave of destruction like a boss. Invading enemy territory with a buggy and running over half the squad was just one of his fearless encounters this week. We can't wait to see what other stunts he pulls off next week.
Unfortunately, he's kind of cut off as well, and Koi gets another knock there. Koi is just on fire in this fight.
After being the #1 player week 1, Koops continued his domination in the following week as well, securing a 2nd place on the list this time. Koops' extraordinary display of skills has taken the team to the #1 spot on the table, and he's not giving others any chance to move from the top. Whether he was rushing to secure chicken dinners with his brethren or riding solo on the spooky ridges of Sanhok, this man is unbeatable when engaged head-on.
Koops now certainly in a huge advantage.
Oh, no way.
Koops will
Wait
just
a
wipe out
second.
the existence of WallStreetBets. Oh my.
If anyone can make it happen, and it's Koops.
QZ takes the helm of this week's MVP list with a whopping 63 eliminations and 12,020 damage points besides his name. As far as individual performance goes, you can only do so much being alone, but with the beastly forms Nova players are in, the competition for MVPs is really between them. However, QZ himself didn't fall short of his own moments, like the second Erangel match of this week, where he held his ground strong against the swarm of enemies storming their compound. QZ came out on top in 1v1s, nade battles, and even continued his battle cry till the heal battle outside of the blue zone. With no idea what hit them, 19 esports players were forced to abandon the battle and flee the scene. Well, only those who actually survived QZ's wrath.
QZ needs to keep his gun hot, but Revive finishes out, and here he goes. He charges in and gets another one.
As the competition is reaching its boiling point, it could be anyone who comes out on top next week. Who would you bet on for next week's MVP? Let us know in the comments below. That's how you do it right there. You see QZ right up on top with that pose. Man, dude, these guys have been popping off all day today, getting it done. No matter what these guys have to get, whatever they're going through, right? That's what's so crazy to see is the performance, especially what we saw yesterday, right? Yesterday was like almost a 30-point game from the top squad, every single one. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the overall so we can see where everyone's standing here as we get into day 2. And we saw it, right? The Knights, that gap shrunk down quite a bit, and still quite a big one from 2nd to 3rd here, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is what I was really excited to look at because this is where everything shook out. And honestly, Nova, we talked about him a lot yesterday. Insane consistency out of that squad, even with Knights still holding on to that ever-dwindling gap in points. And then we'll notice some changes here. Panthers has dropped quite far down. Obviously, they're grayed out because they're not playing here in this Super Weekend, so we'll have to see just how far down they do end up falling when all is said and done. And then we've got the second page. Okay, I know everyone else on this first page looks pretty comfortable. They're looking pretty, they're all playing, so I'm not worried about that. But this is where things get spicy because the second page has changed a lot since we last saw it. 4Bros is now here. They were on that first page. They are now on the second page. Execute all the way down in 15th place, not playing, and BTOWN has been performing pretty well. And now they only need 11 points here, 7.
They really do, and I think this is something that we have seen teams achieve within just one game. Oh, the BTOWN and the Esports, we are seeing them there in 16th and 17th place. Yesterday was not one of their best performances. I'm hoping that today they're going to be able to break out of that. Now, when we talk about great performances, I'm looking at the hit list. You said it earlier. They almost put up a 50-point day, and I'm hoping that they're able to follow it up today. And as we're looking at the stats here, the fight for 16th, hit list right now is looking amazing, Glitter.
Honestly, of all squads that we had seen, I did not think it was going to pan out this way. And I'm very impressed, to say the least. Obviously, this is all of the teams that are kind of in that little bubble area for 16th place, and Hitlist has dominated every single category. And to be fair, they aren't too high when it comes to the average elims. However, executes numbers don't really count because that was from a while ago. So pretty much you need to focus next on BTOWN, next on Dope. And those are squads that you're saying, I mean, Dope specifically had a very, very bad day yesterday, not what they would have wanted. The survival time for me, though, for Hitlist is massive for them. It's allowing them to get way more placement points, which you can see reflected in their average placement, which contributed to that almost 50-point day, as well as their consistency with at least getting a few elims every single point, or every single game. I mean, this hit list is a different hit list. I wish we got to see this all season, because these are performances that we had asked for weeks.
Yes.
And this is what we should have been seeing all season, right? I mean, this is what we expected from them, and they were just so quiet. But now it's good to see them back into their form that we know and we love. And I know two squads that are always in form lately is Nova, right? Nova and the Knights. These squads have been going back at it, back and forth, and it really could see a little bit of a shift here because, you know, that gap that the Knights had, Nova caught them pretty quickly, and wow, look how similar their performances here are. 7.
Yeah, I think when we go to eliminations, these squads have just been mimicking each other where it's just a game off. I mean, we see that third game, right? 11 elims for Nova, 17 elims for Knights, and then they kind of switch it off in the last round. 16 elims for Nova, only 9 for Knights. And this is kind of what we're going to continue to see now. I want to see some of the other stats here from them, like the placement points. That's where we see a huge difference. You see a big jump up there from Knights, and then the last 2 games have not been the best for them. But what I am liking here from Nova is the consistency. You kind of saw more of a straight line. And then we go to the total points. And this is where you were talking about, Hot Jukes. The gap, it's really not longer there. I think it was like a 70-point gap at one point. Guess what? With the way that Nova's being able to perform with the consistency that they're currently doing, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe at the end of the day, they're only trailing by just a single-digit points, or if they're actually passing Knights. I'm really intrigued to see what kind of Knights and what kind of Nova we're going to be having here. Keep in mind, if I remember right, I don't think it's a big prize pool here for first place. I think everybody gets the same amount, so it becomes more of an ego thing. It becomes more of a pride thing, and I'm pretty sure these two teams, with the way they're playing, you best believe they want to be in that first place going into the finals.
It's so crazy to see the Knights pull a 32, point game, and then a few games later, Nova pull up a 31. So crazy to see, one team that we need to see a 31-point game from has got to be the Hitlist, right? In all honesty, because they got 2 teams that have quite a big gap ahead of them. But, like you said earlier, for the first day, they came out swinging here, 7.
They definitely did. I mean, we saw the stats. They were averaging about 9.6 points, right? And I think in regards to eliminations, 3.6. Well, guess what? Glint has been a big part of that. He's been able to put 1,099 damage. Eliminations are currently 7 out of 7 knocks. Iconic. I am enjoying what I'm seeing out of Iconic. 937 damage. But if we go look at the eliminations, he's actually being able to steal some of those elims from some of the other teams. He only has been able to knock down 2 people. But hey, those 5 elims are currently working for you. And I wanted to talk even more about Glint and Iconic because this is being the main consistent duo for the Hitlist. Yes, they do have some players that have been popping off here and there. Jat G, I mean, being able to be one of the veterans for this squad. And then Goldplay having an amazing, one of the best performances that he has had during a league play. I would like to see them to translate that to even more today. You guys mentioned it. They need to have at least a 50-point day Well, guess what? Today, they need to continue on that trend. They need to continue on that trend early. And a big switch that I did see yesterday from the Hitlist, and something that we were complimenting in case for some reason you guys missed it. The Hitlist was not afraid to take fights. The first 2 matches, they were willing to take fights. It didn't matter if you were a top team, a bottom team. It didn't matter if it was the start of a match or the end of a match. And then at the end of the day, they were actually working on their placement points. And I feel like that combination that they were getting in a groove there at the end is what's going to set them up for possibly catching up to those teams that are currently fighting for 16th place.
Yes, and they came out swinging out the gate. First game, first few minutes, getting into fights and winning them against some big squads. So that is a huge, huge thing for them. Can they do it again here today? That's what we'll find out soon. Let's, of course, take a look at the map performance so you can see which have been the top squads on every single map. And we're going to see, I mean, I don't even think I got to say anything here. Right, Glitter? I mean, come on.
Okay, so the reason this is really cool is because when we checked with it yesterday, we had our top 3 squads. So we had Knights on Sanhok, Nova on Erangel, and HQA on Miramar. Then we went into the Miramar match yesterday, and we talked about it. I was saying that we had showed which maps they were the strongest on, and then both teams ended up having a solid performance on Miramar. However, the way that affected the overall stats, Nova's performance was better, and now it's once again our juggernauts here, the first and second place squads that have just completely taken over this map performance graphic. I actually don't even know that we've ever seen that before. Typically you get 1 per map. So I mean 7, these stats are just getting better and crazier by the day.
They really are, and I think I'm really intrigued to see if Nova is going to be improving on Sanhok, because remember, Forbos hasn't actually been hot dropping them as much, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But with top 10 players, I mean, no surprise here. We've been talking about the teams. Well, guess what? Now we get a chance to talk about the players at the top. My boy Coops with 82 elims, almost 1,400 damage, but Nova has had a bit of a switch there in regards to the damage. It's no longer just QZ by himself up here. Koi has finally decided to join as well, and with Spec, the consistency there from Spec continues. The only player from Boring Protocol that's been able to put up amazing numbers, and we're able to see that right there. Kill switch from XSET, I'm happy to see him currently being here. This is a player that I've been following since I think it was 2020 when he first came into the scene, and I saw so much potential in him, so I'm so happy to see him here. And 24K, Chiwei, Joey from Lazarus too. I mean, there's so many good players right now that are popping off.
Without a doubt, so many big names, and we're looking for those squads in NA to really represent us on that world stage. That's where we're looking ahead towards here coming up. It's so crazy to see Coops. The man has more elims right now than some squads have in Super Weekends. It's unbelievable. Well, why don't we go ahead and talk about the teams that we've all picked here on the desk, the casters as well, on the teams that we're going to keep an eye on, the teams to watch, and I got to pick K19. Again, I'm sticking with this squad 7. Yesterday, we saw them rock a 3-man. I talked to one of their players. Apparently, Valak had an emergency, couldn't make it, but, you know, they played safe. Got some solid placement points. Now that they're going to bring their full roster back here today, I'm expecting them to go nuts. Because in all honesty, they have to, or it's all over.
Honestly, I mean, you mentioned it. They played amazing yesterday, considering that they were playing with 3 players the whole day. They were able to secure at least 23 points. I'm going with the Hitlist. I was really impressed with what they did yesterday, the way they were able to bounce back from that last league play day. And I really think I had to join that Span Cargo train, you know, as we are seeing the schedule here. You already know Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. But going back to that, the Hitlist has just surprised me in a way that I was not expecting, Glitter. And I saw your pick there. You are sticking with Dope.
I have to stick with Dope because after their abysmal performance yesterday, and that's putting it nicely, they cannot afford to have a single bad game at this point. I mean, they're in danger of not being in the top 16 regardless of what happens with Execute if they continue to have that little points on an entire day's worth of games. And the worst part is like, we've seen them have these crazy comeback stories, and they make it into the last Super Weekend, and then they barely squeak into top 16, setting themselves up well for this one. I want to see that Dope, the one that was fighting for that. That's what needs to be here in this Super Weekend.
16th place, 16th place, right?
Exactly.
We got that's like become their anthem lately. But to be honest with you, that's not too bad. I mean, I think they'd be very happy with that. We'll see if they're able to get that or even higher. Let's get the first match of the day started. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. Once again, we're gonna go ahead and get this one going. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters here for the first match of Erangel. It's Necro and Span Cargo. Span, I saw you got picked the hit list like 7. Why don't you tell the people why, and I'll see you later.
Okay, thank you, Hot Juice. Yeah, I mean, yesterday I had them chosen as well, and that's because it was the first Super Weekend. I kind of had pretty high expectations for them. They got in the Super Weekend just barely in that 16th place position, and now they're currently in 5th overall for the Super Weekend, which is absolutely insane. So I want to continue to watch them and see just how high they can continue to stay during this. How about you though, Necro? Why did you choose?
I mean, hey, look, I took BTOWN. I'm sticking with BTOWN in this final Super Weekend because I know BTOWN currently, they're on the cusp of getting eliminated. They're sitting in 16th spot in the overall rankings, in the entire overall rankings of the show. And we know top 16 is what really matters. And what BTOWN needs to do now is move on forward, secure those points as well, and just, I mean, you know, overall kick out, execute out of that top 16 because they've already not made it, so it shouldn't really be that tough of a task to kick out, execute, and once execute is going to be on the cusp of elimination, then Dope will also have a huge chance of making it.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams actually at this point that I feel like have a really big chance of getting into that top 16. Kind of going to go back to the hit list, of course, as well, getting 48 points this last time. I mean, I feel like they really have an opportunity if they continue on this trajectory, continue to get like 50 points per day. I believe I heard Seven say earlier, they could potentially make it into that top 16. So that's why, like, he and I were just eyes glued to the hit list. That's for sure, especially on this first map on Erangel. I mean, the hit list didn't do so hot. XSET did amazingly, though. They ended up winning this game. Yeah. So there's a couple of people we have to keep an eye on, also including Dope. I'm going to go back to what Glitter said. They're not performing the way that she's wanting them to. Currently in that 16th place over for the Super Weekend. Their highest placement they've got is 8th place from yesterday. Otherwise, they were getting 14th and 13th places. So it just seems like as long as they just stay alive, maybe they'll be able to get out of the funk they're in.
But I mean, again, this is what I was really focusing on. There's not really a lot of distance between Dope and BTOWN. I mean, BTOWN currently is sitting on 83 points in the overall rankings, and then Dope is currently just sitting on 81 points. That means only 2 points different. Dope, they don't even need to put on an insane performance to topple over BTOWN. But BTOWN, to keep that 16th spot nailed down or even potentially get that 15th spot, BTOWN will have to put on a phenomenal performance in this game.
Okay, yeah, so it's definitely just at this point so many teams that we need to be keeping an eye on. There's so many teams that could go ahead and make it into that top 16 just based off of how they go ahead and pull out points every single match. So we're going to have our hands full, eyes busy watching this. Yeah. Does look like our first plane path will finally be revealed here, starting up by Zarki, ending by Novo. So a nice central plane path basically over the main body of Erangel. Everybody should be able to go to their usual drops if they want to. And that just makes me more curious to see where this first circle is going to end up.
Ooh, the first circle. And we might just see a military circle. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting a little tingle in my head of maybe we might just see that military circle. Let's just find out in a while where we're actually going to be seeing the circle going this time, because again, the circle is something that'll also decide how BTOWN will have this game this time, because we never know, man. BTOWN, again, as I said, currently on the cusp of getting eliminated. They're also going to be feeling a lot of pressure. And okay, the circles has not really taken a hard shift away this time, even the first circle. So BTOWN, currently they're going to be inside that circle. So they shouldn't really have that much of a trouble in trying to move in better spot.
Yeah, no, it's just Mezexis, XSET, Lazarus that are currently outside of this circle. Otherwise, everybody else is inside of this first one. It definitely fit along with this plane path very well, kind of centering around that ruins area. We can see that there's actually a lot of space for people to go on ahead and condense towards the very center of the circle. So we'll be interested to see where everybody is actually going to choose and decide to like fortify up, you know? So first, we're going to, of course, swing around, start taking a look at all the people that we need to be keeping an eye on. First is Boring Protocol. As of right now, actually, they're in 7th place overall. I didn't get to see too many big fights coming through from them, except, oh man, something yesterday. There's a huge fight that they ended up getting into, and I, of course, want to see Boring Protocol continue to kind of go head-to-head, I feel like, with those top teams.
Ooh, talk about going head-to-head with those top teams, though. Then you have teams like Chosen coming in, right? I mean, not really doing so hot in the overall rankings. Yesterday, they had a little bit of glimpses of maybe trying to show that they're also one of the consistent teams out there. They're currently sitting on, if I'm not wrong, in this Super Weekend, they're currently sitting on 8th spot, and then in the overall ranking, the Chosen they're sitting on 14th place. So even the Chosen, they're kind of like in that red marker. If the Chosen, they don't really put on some decent amount of numbers for themselves, then they will also be on the verge of getting eliminated.
A lot of, like we were saying, there's just so many teams, honestly, up to pretty high up that could be threatened to get out of here. I mean, I might even dare to say maybe even up to 13th, who knows? So 13th, 14th, around in there, nobody is safe whatsoever, and that's why every single match matters. We're gonna all sound like a broken record for the rest of today, basically, about that, especially tomorrow. But at this point, we're just gotta wait for everybody to kind of finish up looting and start kind of getting ready to make this rotation into this first circle. We're officially around that 4-minute mark. This is where the early rotators will start getting in their cars, start making their movements going. And there is something about this first circle that is going to make these IGLs really make a big decision. And that's the river kind of going straight through the center of this first circle here. Are they going to go ahead and choose to stay towards the north of the river or the south of the river? That's going to be a big decision, because no matter where the second circle is going to go, that might just make or break if your rotation is going to be more difficult or not.
Oh, look at Knights here. I mean, at this point, Knights still, it's going to be a fight between Knights and Nova, right? Who's going to be able to take that first spot, who's going to be the league stage winner here, and then move on over to the grand finals and win the entire grand finals too. So it's just going to be like a huge fight between Knights and Nova. Nova currently sitting on 422 points in the overall rankings, and the Knights sitting on 445 points in the overall standings. So not a lot of distance between these two teams as well. And if Knights really do care about the first spot, the Knights will also have to at least have a decent amount of points wrapped up. We know Knights, I trust them, and I know they are capable of some great things. So I'm not even going to question that, and that's not even going to be my topic to talk about. But what I'm going to be really talking about is, again, the bottom three, and that's what my eyes just keep on locking on. Execute sitting on 92 points, BTOWN sitting on 83 points. Oh boy, I mean, it's not going to be tough for BTOWN to knock Execute out, not going to lie. We might see it happen today.
They have 10 whole games, right, to go on ahead and make it, so that's going to be pretty hard to kind of not achieve that. It does look like Chronix, though, staying alive with literally like a sliver of HP. They're able to get a knock onto one of the Dope members. That is an unfortunate start for Dope, now having only 2 people alive for the rest of this match. Oh, man, that's a difficult start. The rest of them a little bit further towards North Georgia Pool in this situation. Hopefully they'll be able to stay strong as a 2-man, though, especially since they're already inside of this first circle. Maybe they'll be able to stay alive longer, but honestly, Chronix is giving me like a heart attack for not healing yet, with HQA like right below them. Like, please just get a first aid in you, man.
But for now, it does seem like HQA, they won't really have any visuals on them. So it's okay, but yeah, Chronix inside the house, but he still needs to med himself up. Hopefully he does have the meds though. HQA, another one of those teams, doing pretty solid in the overall rankings. And at this point, again, this is one of those teams too that'll try to eye out at least the top 3 spot, if not potentially even the 2nd spot. But again, to knock out Nova from that 2nd one, it's going to be, again, next to impossible. Nova won't let that ever happen. So HQA, there should be a lot of efforts being put in from them.
Well, HQA used to be in that 3rd spot overall, actually, until Lazarus. They ended up having nasty games yesterday. They ended up just being able to overtake HQA. HQA not doing as hot, I will say, in that 15th place overall here. But I will say I do like to see that they're continuing to play how they usually do here. You can see that they ended up sending out Kuang, making sure that he's going to go peek on over, see what's happening elsewhere inside of the circle, keeping an eye on those people up to the northern side. They're just making sure that they have all the information that they necessarily need inside the zone around them. And they honestly have an amazing spot inside of this zone, because being at that compound right by the river, they're basically in charge of that entire bridge, and they're going to be able to rotate no matter where this next circle goes. So HQA already starting off strong in this match, I gotta say, just based off of the placement that they have with their compound.
I mean, currently it's just a huge splash of colors right in the center of the map. And we might just see a lot of bodies hitting the deck as well, because as always, Boring Protocol, they like to take the control of the Big Boy Mountain, and that's what they're setting up for. 2 of the players are already up there, Acer and Samuel, if I'm not wrong, and then Carnage and Spec are just right underneath. Just waiting for the right moment to just go up top. There you go, Spec's now finally made it. The Hitlist was one of those teams that are currently you're watching out for, and the Hitlist too. They're taking quite the safest route, all the way from the bottom left, moving in from the road that's going to be, of course, abandoned. So the Hitlist shouldn't really have any trouble moving in, but unless if BTOWN don't move, then Hitlist will have a big, big threat.
The team I'm most interested to see how they're going to make a rotation is actually Mezexis, because they dropped Novo and they're actually still in Nova. They're currently in the blue zone as of right now. So they're going to have to leave Nova very shortly, though. They definitely are in vehicles and such, but that's going to be a good amount of blue zone damage for them. Usually if you want to go ahead and stay outside of zone for a long period of time, it's to kind of be able to loot on up. So hopefully they have a kind of an excess of meds so that they're going to be able to heal on up right when they get inside of this first circle, and they're not going to be down as much loot as they need. See, we can still see them all the way down there in Nova starting to make the moves out of it, going over that bridge. But yeah, here we go. The first circle is about to pop, and with that is probably going to come a lot of fighting, especially,
oh my God, what is the circle?
Actually, this circle hard shifting up to the northern side. This could be a shooting range ending.
I know K19, they're going to find themselves in the best spot possible. And Dope, unfortunately, they only have 2 players left. Oh boy, we talked about Dope. They need to put on some nice numbers, and this is not the start Dope wants to have with only 2 players to move on in the future line. And also the circle taking a huge curveball shift. That means every single team over here now, they're going to be put on in most uncomfortable spot, and they're going to be so unsettled. I do want to see, though, how Mezexis, as you pointed out, how they're going to be rotating in, because XSET, they're also trying to move in all the way from the right side. We might just see a potential rotation clash.
I mean, honestly, Mezexis, I feel like their smartest move would be going all the way around Yasnaya on that far eastern side. And it looks like, as of right now, that's exactly what XSET is trying to do. I feel like XSET, whenever they are hard shifted out like this, they usually do go on ahead and choose one of the extreme sides of the circle to be making rotation in on. And you're right, I think they and Mezexis are going to end up trying to take the same route. So maybe one will be able to get in front of the other, or they are going to collide, and we might see some fighting on rotation. Of course, fighting on rotation is definitely not ideal. Maybe they'll just try to go a different direction once they finally meet, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Everybody else, though, finally trying to make their ways across, one of them being Boring Protocol. They're actually stuck on the southern side of this road as of right now. We can see so many other people to the northern side of them, especially 19 Esports. They're holding this bridge. They want to make sure nobody else is going to be able to make a rotation behind them, and Boring Protocol, they're itching to get across at this point because they know that they're not going to be getting the zone shifted towards them.
Oh, talk about the zone shifting. 19 Esports, another one of those teams. Alucard coming in. I mean, in the week one, I still remember Alucard just fighting, giving it all he has, you know, just to put on some great stats in front of us. And then in the end, he was actually able to, you know, just do pretty okay in itself. But then later on, in week 2, the struggling side was seen from them. And then I don't know how, you know, things overall just went for 19 Esports, because in week 2, I would say 19 Esports, they got, I think, so 76 points overall, and they were on 12th spot. So again, not really that bad of a showing, a decent showing from them.
Yeah, no, not bad whatsoever. Still in that 11th place, though. They're like just outside of where I'm kind of concerned about, but you know, everybody still wants to go on ahead and try and get as high up as possible, especially because this is honestly the best place to go ahead and get your practice in for the finals as well, right? So everybody's going to be playing to the best of their abilities here. 19 Esports, I just love, honestly, that they have the majority of people kind of playing in the compound that they want, actually right next to a hill that's beautiful to play out of, gets a lot of information, it's really safe there. But they kept one to the southern side to watch that bridge for just a little bit longer. I think that's really smart, because then they can kind of see, okay, we have people incoming, right? They can go ahead and call it out for the rest of their team to kind of be able to hold this out, maybe get a couple more elimination points under their belt. Who even knows? Except at this point, I think I'm actually seeing them moving around a little bit, which is making me a bit concerned. But up towards the northern side, we can see Lazarus, Nova getting kind of close to each other here.
Oh, this is getting quite interesting now, because WallStreetBets too, they're on the outskirts, or at least they're clearly on the edge of the zone. They're just holding down the bridge line, making sure none of the teams are going to be able to rotate a free, or none of the teams are going to be able to cross over from the bridge. But another shift, and oh my god, it's definitely going to be a shooting range circle. I mean, it's been a long time. I haven't really seen one of those, but yeah, I'm down for it.
Everybody once again inside their vehicles, starting to make a fast movement to get a spot inside of this zone. I love the Vamp. They decided to play all the way up towards the northern side, and that's just going to give them so much access up here. Nobody is up on the far northern side of this new circle, so they're just going to have the first picks. And it looks like Nova and Knights, they're starting to get really close to each other down on that southeastern side of this circle. Got to be careful because it looks like a couple other teams are going to be getting close by. And actually another fight already popping off. BTOWN is getting knocked. It looks like they're in a fight with Vamp up to the north. But of course, Knights, this again is a pretty good compound for them to be playing at. It's usually only crashable or kind of sneak upable from the southern side. So them being able to grab this and spread out to make sure that they know where everybody is a good thing. Nova, though, in the only other spot to really kind of hold them out from getting further.
Not just that, we also saw another fight panning out between Mezexis and XSET, and Mezexis took quite big blows. And, well, two of the players were knocked out and instantly confirmed too. So now Mezexis, they're down to a two-man squad. Even they will need to find a safe route to rotate in. Nova, currently, they're dominating the entire southern side, and they're going to make sure none of the teams are going to be able to at least be settled for now inside the zone. Lazarus right in the shooting range. They also want to find themselves a great footing. XSET 2, they finally made their mark inside. K19 barely on the edge of the zone on the right side. So many fights now are going to start to happen.
I mean, those teams setting themselves up in shooting range, I feel like that could be a setup for success. However, a couple other people playing just off center, such as right by airplanes, that's where a big fight is happening as of right now. So everybody else, there's still even, not all the teams are even inside of this zone yet, Necro. I mean, we still have a good, like, 5 teams that are just sitting outside of zone as of right now waiting. Honestly, probably waiting for fights like these to potentially end so they can find their entrance. But looks like this fight will end. K19 Esports getting away with that win, and that means Polar Ace is out in that 16th spot. 15 teams still remain in this.
Oh, and that's not great news, right? I mean, Polar Ace is one of those teams that like to stay under the radar. They prefer rotation over clashes, but this time they had no other choice. And they had to fight. Polar Ace 2, they got eliminated quite early off with only 2 elimination points wrapped up, but it's okay. They're looking quite good in the overall rankings. HQA against the players of XSET. 2 of the players easily getting taken out now. XSET, they're going to be on the receiving end this time. Lazarus 2 in the fray, trying to find some off angles, but HQA, they're looking so dominating right now. They're able to insert dominance on the entire right side of the map. Currently HQA, they're also centered a bit. So XSET just trying to enter the entire fray, but hold on, I just lost my words right there because I saw the circle taking a hard shift on the right side, and look at all the teams now. They're just sitting inside the vehicles, and now they're trying to move on in.
You know, this is horrible. This is a horrible hard shift over towards Severny. People are definitely going to be going into the city as some sort of a place to hide at this point, because where else can they really play inside? Of course, a couple of fights happening as of right now. Can only watch one at a time. The Chosen versus BTOWN happening up on this northwestern side. You can see BTOWN as of right now only has 1 person lost, while the Chosen, they're still 4-man strong. However, they're against the blue zone, and it is already closing. We can see them trying to go ahead and make those drive-bys happen, tossing some nades, but it does not matter. There we go. Nice not coming through from Jas. It looks like they're going to start it off strong, taking it down to a 3v3 at this point, but he still has to be careful, laying prone inside the grass right underneath the rest of the Chosen.
Jas is a snake in the grass, and I also hear the big green cannon going off. The AWM's currently on the board as well. I want to see who's got it. I want to see some skulls being cracked. Jas's position compromised, but the cover fire from the right side's too strong. BTOWN, they're playing it so well. But again, Jas's positions, no, it's the first frost. He shouldn't really struggle in taking him down, but the problem is going to be the wall of death, just dealing so much damages. Now it's deducting chunks of damages from the HP of the players of the Chosen. First frost, he needs to get inside the vehicle and make it in as quick as possible, because he's not going to be able to sustain the amount of damage that the zone's going to be able to put onto him. And he's also going to be burning through a lot of meds at this point in time, because this circle shift, a lot of teams have been caught off guard, and, well, they've been caught off guard while they're trying to make the rotations.
Yeah, there you go. Play zone, striking down quite a lot of people. What we didn't actually point out there is Swins from Vamp. He was kind of just staying up to the northern side there, watching the fight kind of go down. I think he was trying to be there if he could participate, but of course, he didn't. Everybody else leaving at this point. BTOWN, ooh, driving right by some of the members of Dope here. They do find themselves inside the zone, but right next to HQA, just like that, they're both just sprayed down, and BTOWN is eliminated. HQA at this point has 3 eliminations on their side. Have to go on ahead and get that res, but this is a very busy side of this zone over here. This is where the majority of teams had to make their rotations. So the HQA 19 Esports, they're actually completely surrounded still. The far northeastern side is empty of anybody. Take a look at that map. It's insane.
And look at that too, right? They only have the smokes to provide them cover from the back. And when the smoke starts to fade away, that's when 19 Esports will be so vulnerable, because HQA so far, they're looking good. We don't really see anyone just surrounding them from the back too. So HQA, they shouldn't really have that much amount of trouble, but still, they're also utilizing those smokes to perfection. As G-Vang now is going to try to at least find one opening with the utility. The nade's going to toss in quite low. The nades are raining down. Another nade from the side of 19 Esports. This time it's going to catch him, but no scratch that. As G-Vang's nade knocks himself out. He overcooked it a bit too much.
Yeah, it looks like they got a trick going through. SB gonna try throwing one more. Let's see if that's gonna land and potentially stop that res from happening, but it looks like it won't actually. HQA still very hurt though, with 2 currently knocked. Oh no, they did go ahead and get that nade. SB's nade getting a 2K right there. They're gonna have to scramble to get those reses before 19 Esports decides to do something about it, but Vamp from the northern side, I don't know if Alucard and some of his teammates might be able to move to kind of help out this situation, because Vamp, if they hear this fighting, I mean, we already know that they definitely want to be put in a position to participate in any skirmishes that they hear around them. 19 Esports though, they know that they want to push off of this. The reses obviously already came through, but both of them actually super low. Nade unfortunately not hitting anything. I'm a little bit worried that Rad is out there all by himself.
I mean, it's always Rad, right? From the side of 19 Esports. If the entire team gets taken out, then Rad's the man left to rat it out, and currently, Rad's so close to the enemy lines as well, so Rad will need to try and utilize some smokes. Oh, another nade. If that's tossed in the same spot, Rad will definitely get knocked out. Rad realizes the same fact and instantly moves back now. He will also need to try and patch himself up. But all these teams, HQA, Vamp, 19 Esports, they're right on the edge of the zones, and they cannot really afford to stay here for any longer. They want to try and make it in, and that's what we'll see. Well, a lot of fights happening. Bop, though, straight up challenging fight against the players of Nova. This has to be some of the greatest fights possible, but it's Nova players just replying back in style. Of course, the MVP here, Kuzi, in this fight to try and flip things around.
Oh man, the Knights ended up taking Nova all the way down to just 1 person up, and as you can see, Boring Protocol, they wanted that spot for themselves. Unfortunately, just does not work out. Those vehicles flying into those smokes there. Nova Esports will actually be eliminated, and the Knights are going to show up in that exact spot. They know that there's a huge fight happening over here. Multiple of them got knocked, and now they're just waiting to see where the last member of Boring Protocol is. Of course, Carnage is not going to try and show where he is whatsoever. Further inside the zone, though, HQA was finally able to move, but so was Vamp. They're taking the side of this hill here. Whoever wins this hill, honestly, might be in the really good position to potentially win this entire game. So Vamp trying their best. It looks like they're going to get a couple more eliminations under their belt. 1 member left for 19 Esports being Alucard, but HQA, they're going to be holding on. Let's see what Benny, Swins, Rage are going to be able to do against them.
And Alucard doesn't even have any meds left anymore, so he will just have to bandage himself. And he only had 2 bandages, so at this point, might as well just root 19 Esports out, because they still need to make their footing inside the zone. On the other hand, HQA on the top side, they're also catching a lot of bullets. Vamp is trying to fight an uphill battle, but still they're able to inflict a lot of pain and hurt. HQA on the other hand, though, they're just looking for a trade, but Vamp, they're not really giving it that easily. Sunny Pig barely able to escape the claws of Vamp, but he's going to be barely alive on a sliver of health. HQA currently on the receiving end. Sunny Pig is taken out. Vamp, they're just going to keep on charging up.
Yeah, it looks like Knights also realized that they needed to go on ahead and make their way up the side of this hill as well, because I already said that potentially whoever wins this hill might win this entire match. So they're starting to come up on this southern side, being very careful to take out the last member of 19 Esports first. Definitely spotted out Alucard here. Coops might be able to go ahead. There you go, get that elimination. But very shortly, they're going to have to push up to the northern side, and the zone actually pulled towards them. So the majority of this end fighting is, in fact, going to happen at this hill. The only other team that's not inside the zone is actually K19. They're in the very edge of Severny up on the northeastern side, and I just love to see how they're playing this. They always like to go on ahead and just wait for everybody else to kind of take each other out, and now since they aren't low, they hadn't had to fight this entire time, they might be able to kind of just swing on in here and freshly take everybody out. First, they're gonna have to fight against Vamp to the northern side though.
Oh, but the circle actually shifts on top of the players of Knights, HQA, and Vamp. And in this circle, Knights have to be the biggest threat for the entire lobby. Vamp, though, they currently have all the players up, so that's something that could be the potential saving grace of Vamp, but they still need to fight against the players of K19. K19 currently looking so great. Yesterday, they were just playing with a 3-man roster, but currently inside the game, they have all their players up, and Guancho this time will find an opening, follow it up, another one, too. Vamp, 2-men short. Now it's all down to the final 2-man up, and K19, they're executing this to perfection.
This is actually what I was saying. They're freshly out of Severny. Hadn't gotten in a fight this entire time so far. 4 eliminations under their belt already. Benny, the only one standing in between them and having the entire control of the northern side of the zone. And there he falls. It looks like Vamp is now out. Only 3 more teams are left. The Knights are going to be taking down HQA at the same time. And now there's only 3 teams left. It's going to be the Knights on the other side of this hill. 2 K19. And then, of course, Lazarus, who's still been alive in the very center of this field right beside them this entire time. Now they're gonna have to start peeking out of that shack that they have down there to try and grab this first place.
K19, all the players up. Knights too, only 3 players alive, but still we know Knights, even if it's a duo, they are capable of just flipping things around. And they are able to just play against the odds as well. But on the other hand, you also do have Lazarus, which are just staying silent like a predator. They're just waiting for the right moment to strike. They're going to let these 2 teams fight it out. They're going to let these 2 teams duke it out and find out which one's going to be able to survive. But this next circle shift too is going to mean quite a lot for the entire battle to progress on. Because if this one just shifts on the players of Knights, then they will be in a good footing. If this one shifts on the players of K19, then they'll be looking good. But if this one shifts on the players of Lazarus, then this has to be their game, because every single team in here on the high ground, they will need to move down on lower ground.
Yeah, then everybody's just going to be out in the open for Lazarus to go on ahead and do damage to him. Of course, there is only 2 of them, so they're going to have to be super careful down there. But here we go, the zone shift that we've been waiting for. This is going to call it. As of right now, nobody wants to move because they know if they do so, it could be in a fight that is not to their advantage. There we go, the zone does pop, though, and actually, I don't know, that kind of centers in between all 3 of these teams here. Lazarus, though, for sure has to leave the safety of their only hard cover. They can no longer stay at the shack, and that means that they're going to be under the eye of both the Knights and K19 here because they have to move first. K19 and Knights not inside the zone either. Both of them are going to have to give the ridges that they have currently on the top of this hill.
Yeah, Lazarus now, they're going to be quite exposed. And this is where Lazarus might just be eliminated too, because they don't even have a lot of smokes. I just saw them burning through so much utilities right there, and they're continuing to doing so. For now, it has to come down to a stalemate. Knights, K19, and Lazarus, all these teams, they realize maybe now just waiting and letting the play zone do its thing has to be the best thing to decide how things are going to be proceeded on. As Knights, they're trying to build a smoke bridge. They're trying to build a smoke pathway here just to cross on over on the side of K19, and K19 too, they're going to do the same thing to make it inside the zone.
Oh, nice knock coming through from Juancho onto Kazeki of Lazarus. Of course, the blue zone isn't upon them just yet, so they probably will be able to get that res off, but that still means Lazarus knows that all eyes are on them. They have to leave that shack sooner rather than later. This res is going to be delaying their movement and making their smokes dissipate. Looks like K19 is still going to be keeping a close eye on them, while the Knights are actually starting to do something on the other side, tossing some smokes of their own. They're probably planning a push, potentially, of some kind, but here we go. The blue zone is about to overtake the shack.
Yeah, Kaseki goes down again. That means now Lazarus. Oh, the last man of Lazarus has no other choice. He will need to let Kaseki go, or maybe he can try and go for the rest, but then they won't have a lot of time to make it in. They will just have to straight up book it. At this point, Kaseki making out alive, it's next to impossible, because the 3 players of Knights and 4 players of K19, the eyes are straight up locked on the players of Lazarus. Out in the open makes a lot of sense too. There we go. Kaseki gets knocked out by the play zone, so that wasn't really a res that was worth it. And the final man of Lazarus is actually going to go for a met strat, but now the 4 players of K19, they decide to charge up against the players of Knights.
They actually got themselves the next ridge. They were able to push on this. They're in a great position. The Knights, they barely are inside of zone here, but K19 is deciding to take the fight to them. Lazarus is eliminated. I mean, the blue zone just too much damage at this point. Koops was almost knocked there, but luckily he was able to heal on up, prepping that nade. This could be a huge nade on the K19, kind of all right next to each other, right on the other side, but no, it won't hit any of them. So K19 now they're at the advantage here, chucking as much utility as they can, just chunking the Knights down one by one. Valak does go down, meaning that it is a 3v3, but Chico, Xenox, Koops, all of them, they've taken so much damage that they have to pause and try and heal up themselves.
And yes, this is going for the res on of Alex, so if Alex does get back up, then they will have all the 4 players up, but no, Koops denies it with a nice place Molotov, and now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Knights able to just equalize the man number here. K19 realizing that there's a lot of threat lingering around. K19 too, they seem oblivious of the fact that where are the Knights player currently just positioned on pinpoint. Now K19, they finally do notice, because now Knights will need to try and make it in. The Molotov are tossed in too. Russell has to cover up the airdrop, but unfortunately K19, they're just vulnerable from all the different sides. And there we go, the final man 2 is just gonna fall down. Knights, they played that so well. They just engulfed the entire team of K19. They just surrounded them on the right side.
Honestly, they waited until the very last moment. They knew that they had all 3 make a huge push onto K19 at the very last moment there, and they were able to get 2 knocks and win that securely, because K19, they're even actually in control of this next zone. They knew that they needed to make one big push if they were going to win that match, and the Knights, I mean, they were able to do it. Are we surprised? Probably not.
Well, I mean, I literally just said it, right? Knights, they're just capable of playing against the odds, and that's what exactly happened. They were able to just equalize the man number 2 in the end, and they were able to flip the odds with them. But for now, let's take a look at the round report, and let's find out how things really did look like from the previous game, because it was an absolute chaotic game in the end, because the circles was taking hard shifts after hard shifts. All the team were just getting caught off guard.
And Koops is going to be up there with the most eliminations, but Juan Cho from K19 is going to be up there with the highest damage, 1026. Then, of course, we got the rest of these other teams. QZ, most nades, Acer, and J7 going to find themselves up there as well. I'm not really surprised to see a different person from multiple different teams, because those zone shifts, this entire circle, actually just gave huge opportunity for the majority of the teams to get in altercations of some kind. Of course, we will get into more details on that over at our analyst desk after a short break.
A thoroughly planned backpack always keeps you prepared for anything from dangerous enemies to wild zone shifts. So let's get into the concept of loot. You already know that it's important to find a backpack to better equip yourself in the game. Backpacks come in 3 sizes. The level 1 backpack comes with a capacity of 150. While it is sufficient for early fights and hot drops, it is never enough to carry enough supplies to get yourself to the final zone. The level 2 backpack, which comes with a volume of 200, is indeed better, but no one wants to settle for any less than the level 3 backpack, which comes with a maximum capacity of 250. Additionally, the vests that you'll find around the map will give you an extra bonus capacity of 50. The capacity of the vest remains the same for each level, and even if the vest is damaged. With these stats in mind, you may like to customize your loot properly without depending on auto pickup. For example, if you're an assaulter who dons a duo of AARs, like the widely used M4 and AKM combo, you can carry around 240 rounds of 5.56, 120 of 7.62 ammo when you have a level 3 backpack. But when you're using the same combo with a level 1 backpack, you must cut short the amount of ammo you are carrying and decrease it to around 150 and 60 respectively. Do note that different types of ammo take up different percentages of the backpack's volume. Furthermore, it is important that you don't compromise with your utilities for ammunition. For example, when you're out of enough ammo, you can adjust your playstyle accordingly and play a little passive. On the contrary, when you run out of utilities like smoke grenades and health supplies like first aids, it becomes much more difficult to make adjustments. As PUBG Mobile is a survival game, it is important that you reserve some space for carrying enough survival items. PUBG Mobile will always require you to act according to the situation you're in, but a little bit of pre-planning while you loot goes a long way. Always remember to check your backpack and ask your teammates to check theirs too, so that the loot is properly distributed among the team and you don't run out of essentials during intense firefights. Remember, no amount of loot is good enough to die for, so keep your priorities organized.
Welcome back, everybody. It's your host, Hot Jukes here. Man, that's how you get it done. Of course, we couldn't get it done without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Before we get started, I just got to ask a question. Knights, what are you made of, right? What kind of armor do you got on there? You know, I was just talking to Russell after that match. I was like, what happened? How did you not have that? He said, if I had just one more nade. But then I was like, does it even matter at this point? Because I mean, dude, those guys were eating those nades, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, I was shocked that somehow Chico lived after taking the brunt of that one frag that we saw in those final moments. But it's Knights. I mean, yeah. They have the juju. It is why they have the top squad, and it's why they get the chicken dinner here for 27 points to kick off the day. But we got to just instantly talk about K19. I mean, Jukes, you had the faith in them, especially now that they're back to that 4-man roster, and 6 elims with the second place. This has got to be the best performance that they have had so far, 7.
It definitely is. I mean, for 18 points for that team is good too. By the way, Vamp, we haven't really talked about Vamp in such a long time, but 15 points for them, good. Love to see it. Lazarus too, 11 points helping prediction. All these teams, I'm telling you, Glitter, all these teams are wanting to get into that final forms and ready for the finals. Mezexis could have made an awesome rotation up to Severity, but man, they got cut off by exit. Sadly, it didn't work out for them. And now we go here, BTOWN Esports, Dope Esports. These are teams that are wanting to get up there to the top 16 and pass Execute. But then we also have the Hitlist. What happened to Hitlist? I cursed him. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna put that blame on me. I'm going to put the blame on me because I think I definitely cursed him. This team went from having 48 points to, oh man, started off the day with just 0. Guess what though? We still have 4 more matches today. And I'm a believer, Glitter, I'm a believer that this team can clutch up at least extra 50 more points.
Listen, I want to be a believer too, okay? And having one match where you get 0 makes that 50 points on the day a lot more difficult. But we're just going to need to see that combo play where they're getting some really strong fights. They're coming out on top, but they're still staying in long enough to also nail down those placement points because they don't have a choice anymore, okay? They do not have a choice. So hopefully they're able to bounce back in the next match. But we have to talk about K19 because looking at the points for the overall, they were significantly behind Hitlist, but now with literally just one performance, one match like this, the first game of the day to kick everything off, they have already chipped massively away at that lead that Hitlist had on them, and then they continue to do that if they have these performances, trying to go then after the Dopes, after the B-Towns, trying to, you know, get in that top 16, and if this is what they can do all day, it is very attainable.
And I mean, it is possible that they're going to be able to do it. Hot, you said it today. They are going to be playing with 4. We just saw what happened there. And they were able to actually their for a very long time. Like, look at those grenades. You guys were talking about it, too. We were looking at this. We're like, yes, K19 is going to win this match. But then we saw Coops was alive. We saw Xenox was alive. Yeah. It's hard to do it when that kind of team is still alive. But you know what? Impressive numbers here to start the day with K19 in regards to damage as well. Even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, they did end up getting the most damage. 1900 damage with 6 elims. Vamp as well. I was talking about them. Hey, I'm happy to see you here too. 1800 damage for you guys, 9 elims. But the conversion rate, the aggressiveness from Knights, it's what we love to see. 12 elims out of there, 1600 damage. Oh my goodness. Okay, I see that number, Knights. And then Nova, QC is just different. I mean, QC is just different, but going back to the main person, Glitter.
What?
The top players, Coops. What?
Listen, I knew Coops was going to be up here because I feel like we've very rarely had a top players where he is not up here, and if it's not him, then at least Xenox is up here for the Knights. 8 elims and insane survival time because they obviously got that chicken dinner, but Wancho! go. Over 1K damage for K19 out of the 1900 that they just had, okay? Think about that. That is literally 50% of their damage on Wancho alone. That is a heck of a way to start off the day. Of course, we have Mayo at the 700 damage mark, rounding those top players out. But oh man, talk about stepping up to the plate, Jukes. K19, are you the new blessing?
I'll take it. I'll take it. What can I say? You know, and you know what? K19 needed it. That's all I know. And that's how you get it started right there. But you know what? Let's take a look at that last battle, because it was a blessing. But the Knight's curse, it comes in once again. Just too strong here at the end. 7.
I cannot.
Yeah, just the amount of utility you were saying too, that Russell told you that they used up all of the utility. At this point, I don't know if it's unlucky. I don't know if it's just amazing awareness out of the Knights players for them to position themselves in the way that they did. You see Coops too. I think Coops stayed up there for too long. He was like, you know what? I think it's time to move. He's able to do that. And they're able to regroup here. And now it becomes, in a way, yes, K19 has currently 4 up, but not for long. It becomes a 3v3 situation, and then you're gonna be seeing some of the other stuff too. Overall, I'm just impressed that we even get a chance to see K19 versus the Knights, Glitter. This is what we're talking about with those teams that are actually trying to push on the first Super Weekend, not afraid to take the fight. It's okay if you don't get it. Guess what? You're gonna be able to learn so much from that one fight.
Oh man, that was so tough, because even look at that fight with the elevation on that hill. I mean, every part of you was just like, yo, just push him, K19, just full send it. But it makes sense why they didn't, because they're gonna peek their heads out first. And it's just a tough situation. But Coops surviving. The man had to boost to 1 HP. That was absolutely insane. Let's take a look at K19's performance so far that we've seen. And I think we see a little bit of a difference here from yesterday and today, 7.
Just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit.
What?
You know, 329 damage that they were averaging yesterday. But guess what? They popped off this first match, okay? 19, you know what? I'm going to give it to you. 2,000 damage, pretty much, average for that first game. 6 elims. And they were able to get an insane amount of average survival time. Now, the thing with these numbers is you see what happened yesterday. Yes, they were playing with 3 players, but I'm hoping that we see some kind of consistency. I'm not expecting those numbers out of K19 today, although if they get them, I'll be super happy, but I'm expecting at least somewhat of consistency. And you guys were mentioning too, when we saw the top players, Wancho there, 1,000 damage, 4 elims, but I want to give some more props here. I mean, Russell, 369, 1 damage to him. Valak too, remember this was a player that was having some struggles here and there. Guess what? He decided to show up today, and he's currently putting up the damage for the squad, 373 with a 1 element. Solitude, 195. Come on, Solitude. I know you can do better than that. The team needs you. We all need you. Hot Jukes needs you right now because you guys are his pick.
Let's keep the blessing going, man. Valak apparently couldn't play yesterday because he survived a tornado, right? Well, these guys, I mean, the storm is brewing when it comes to K19. Perhaps it was a sign. Perhaps it was a sign. I'd like to see that right there. Another team, though, that didn't perform here and needs to. The 16th place chant. You guys know who it is, right? 16th place. 16th place. Dope Esports, right? Dope Esports. The Pyramids?
Woo!
Pyramids, Glitter?
You know. Okay, listen, this is going to seem like we are kind of ripping on them a little bit here, but this is important to note because it's one of those squads that is in danger of not making it to finals right now, that has a very legitimate shot at making it to finals. And even though the graph looks like it's extreme, what you're noticing is that it's really not, because it's a 1-0 difference or a 1-0 difference. This is 1-3. This is total points, okay? This is not okay for day 2, week 3, final Super Weekend, heading into finals. I don't know what it is, but Dope needs to turn it around. And like I said before, they are so very capable of doing that. We have seen them do it. We've seen them perform under pressure specifically. So I don't know what needs to change, or if one individual player needs to step up and start the change for the squad. but it needs to happen soon because every single game they don't get points, the teams below them are doing phenomenally, like K19, and things are going to start to get risky. We don't want to have what just happened getting into the Super Weekend 7, where it comes down to just 1 point.
Yeah, when we're talking about points, they need 11 points right now to pass Execute, right? That's the safety mark. But they had to worry about the Hitlist and K9, especially K19 after that first match, right? If these teams can continue that performance, we're talking about the Hitlist, how they needed to have a 50-point average if they want to be able to make top 16. Guess what? Now K19 is also putting themselves into that conversation in BTOWN. I'm looking at you, Dope Esports. I'm definitely looking at you. You guys have to worry about those teams. Now it's not just about catching up to Execute. Guess what? Those new teams are trying to catch up, and they're currently doing a great job at it.
Well, let me ask you this, right? You know, when we saw, the differences in performances, we saw one squad in particular, right, go for placement, and the other one go for elims, right? If you're talking to Dope, what do you think they need to do? And I'll start with you, Seven.
Stop dying early. You guys lost 2 players super early in the match, in this past match, and that's not going to happen. Do not be willing to take a fight right now early on. It's not working for you. Try to work with that placement points.
It's knowledgeable advice.
Yeah, don't die. Let's see if they're going to do that or if they are going to be able to get it done. Thank you so much, Seth. Thank you so much, Glitter. We're going to get match number 2 going. Let's get it started here. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters here for the second time today. We still got a lot more PUBG Mobile to watch, guys, so make sure you get your popcorn ready, get your Monster Energy loaded. It's Necro and Span Cargo.
Hey, thank you once again, Hot Jukes. Again, starting off with a bang, an amazing first match on Erangel. I mean, the place where the zone decided to go was just mean, in summary. That is the most advanced language I'm going to use on that one. But we're about to be moving into Miramar, so we're going to be seeing something different here. Necro, what are we expecting from this one?
Well, I mean, I'm expecting Vamp to also do pretty good in this game. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, again, Vamp is not one of those teams that has been the part of the conversations, but what I really want to focus on is Vamp is one of those teams that does quite well when it comes to Miramar. But now, again, yesterday we saw the Hitlist too put on some nice numbers on the map of Miramar, so the Hitlist might as well be on the running side on this map.
Okay, well, luckily we do not have long to wait before we're going to see how these teams are going to be performing. But as even Glitter, 7, Hot Jukes are all saying, there's a couple teams that need to go on ahead and take it back. So for this one, maybe I'm going to be keeping an eye on Dope. They got to change that pyramid there. They got to change those little line graphs because, I mean, the most amount of points that they've gotten recently is 3 points for a match. So in this one, we're keeping an eye on them. They have to stay alive for longer, right? They have to get at least above 8th place. They need to get themselves some eliminations, and we're starting off with a plane path that's starting all the way down to the very southern side of this map. There you can see Los Leones is going to end up by Torre, so kind of over towards that eastern side, but not too bad.
It's not too bad. Teams, they're definitely not going to struggle to make it to the designated drop spots. Maybe if someone does want to go to El Pozo, they'll have to go for a Weekle first and then try and traverse on that spot. Now, we had this conversation between the Hitlist. The Hitlist, I mean, again, not really able to show themselves up that well in the previous game. Now, this one has to mean the most for Hitlist. Now, as I said, in Miramar yesterday, the Hitlist did quite well. And coming inside this Miramar, the Hitlist will need to try and replicate the performance they put on yesterday. BTOWN 2 can be one of those teams that is still in trying to runner-up, just trying to topple Dope over and just trying to nail the spot down, just trying to nail the 16th spot down. Dope is one of those teams that wants to topple over BTOWN. So this fight between BTOWN and Dope, that'll keep on going unless if Execute is pushed down to 16th spot. And this game might just be the one where Execute could be potentially pushed down.
That's true, that's true. I mean, we kind of already talked about that, right? It feels like it's kind of inevitable. It's just which match of the 10 that are left is going to be doing it. 9 that are left, I should say now, because we are now in our second match. The first circle is going to pop, and actually, almost everybody's inside of this one. Just a couple of people on the northern side from the Chosen, and just one person down to the south from BTOWN. Not quite inside of the circle, but otherwise, everybody seems to be getting at least a singular person afoot inside of this first circle. And that that means everybody's going to be looting on around this area too. And honestly, this circle is very reminiscent of one of the ones that we saw yesterday, kind of centering around that La Bendita Bowl there. Nova ended up being super aggressive in that area, taking down anybody that got kind of close. I'm kind of wondering if to expect the same thing. That makes me nervous because Dope is one of those teams that's right next to them.
Not just that, I mean, there's 3 teams right next to each other in Los Leones and Dope. Currently, they don't really have that many compounds to loot around with, so I feel like Dope inside this game, we might just see them struggle quite a bit because they're trying to loot around with those small separated compounds, the small buildings here and there. And that's where Dope, I feel like in the map of Miramar especially, you don't really find that great of loot in those compounds. So Dope might just struggle. Polar Ace is another one of those teams that's right next to the players of Dope, and I'm really worried about Casper because he's hugely, by a lot numbers, he's separated out by his team, and that's not something he wants. If he does go down, then Dope won't be able to get him back up, and they will again have some early casualties on their side. And that's what Seven said, don't die early, man.
Yeah, as of right now, he's probably safe. Polar Ace just totally distracted by making their loot this early game, but Casper is alone. Dope has just a huge split in general for this so far, so they're gonna have to be careful. Right when people start making their rotations, hopefully they're gonna kind of recognize that and kind of get closer together, because you don't want those teams that are starting to pour out of Los Leones. 3 teams land in Los Leones, 3 teams are gonna stay there, right? So teams are gonna start leaving that area, and they're gonna start wanting those smaller compounds closer to the center of the zone, where Dope as of right now is just split all across. So they're gonna have to kind of finish looting and then choose a singular compound for all of them to kind of meet up at. It also looks like some of these teams from the plane path didn't like their options in terms of looting, so Lazarus, XSET, couple teams decided to actually drive outside of the zone to ensure that they're going to get as much loot as needed. And actually looks like Lazarus, unfortunately, running into each other just a little bit there. I don't think that's how you're supposed to use that ramp there, but good try. Now they're in pose all safe though, looting on up.
That was so random too. I mean, what? Well, interesting, I guess. That's why, you know, sometimes they say it's the best of the players aren't really best at everything. And that's one of the prime example of that. I mean, Lazarus doing so great so far. And now, again, getting our conversations back tonight in the hit list. The circle is kind of centered onto the players of Nova. So Nova, they won't really need to move quite a lot. Bob, though, right on top of him on the northern side, that can be potential threat for a lot of teams. If Bob does go for the high ground, that's going to be right on top of the players of Nova. And then if potentially the other teams as well, they would want to go and close in on the center spot, Bob will just be able to wrap up so much damage in this game.
You have to keep an eye on them, especially since they're actually going for those plateaus just to the northern side of Minas up there. They're going to be able to see a lot, and they're going to be able to shoot at a lot. So you're right, they should be able to get a lot of damage from this if they're keeping a sharp eye out to watch the fights that are going to be happening down to the southern side. I mean, it's inevitable. I feel like Nova, they were just so aggressive in a similar zone yesterday that I'm sure that they're going to at least attempt to do the same thing today. Right now, we know that their main goal definitely is to rack up those points. They're in an okay spot overall and for the Super Weekends, but 12th place, definitely not the best place either, you know? So they're going to want to get at least a little bit more. Of course, we are now jumping around, visiting some teams that are further out from the center of the zone. Lazarus, XSET, we were just taking a look at Mezexis as well. All these guys decided to kind of leave the circle, and very shortly they're going to have to go back. This zone is already closing, and they have to loot up as fast as possible, get inside the zone. Them actually driving out, them taking the time to do that, gives them one less time to actually loot up, and now they don't have that priority to get themselves a really good spot inside of the zone. So that's basically making sure that they are going to be looting.
Damn!
He sticks the landing. He sticks the landing.
Nailed it.
Yeah, 10 out of 10. But just to finish my thought, it just ensures that they're gonna be playing edge basically the whole time. But oh no, actually Nova, I thought that they were gonna get the first knock here, but no, it's actually Boring Protocol getting a knock onto one of the Nova members. Looks like Nova tried to go ahead and take those plateaus as well, but Boring Protocol's already there. Carnage, making carnage happen. 2 knocks onto Nova. I didn't expect this at all. The rest of their teammates too far away to do anything about this.
we already saw this coming, though. I mean, I mentioned this saying that Boring Protocols are currently going on top of the players of Nova and trying to get the high ground. And Nova, they were so oblivious of the fact that that position might already be compromised. Boring Protocol, just the proactiveness catching the players of Nova off guard. Oh boy, and Nova, they're just dismantled down to a 2-man squad. They do have the 3rd man knocked out though, but no, okay, there we go. The confirmation's gonna flow through. Boring Protocol, they're looking so great in that spot. If the circle actually does shift on top of them, then the entire course will change, but I'm gonna hold on to my words for now, as it's a fight between the players of the Chosen and K19. K19 currently, they're in need of all sorts of points, but the Chosen, they're just nailing the players of K19 down one after the others, and K19, they cannot really afford such a huge hit early off.
Yeah, it looks like the last 2 remaining members of K19 are just too far away to even try to get that last res onto their downed teammate, especially because actually the Chosen, they have one person all the way up to the northern side, on the other side of this little ravine here on the road, making sure that he has a little bit of an overview on this, making sure that no rotation can hurt his teammates right in front of him. So that knock on Honcho, unfortunately, is going to be secured. There it is. And that means the Chosen, they have 2 eliminations for themselves. The rest of K19, they're just scattered. They're not even right next to each other, right? One of them currently still stuck inside the compound. Valakir, his vehicle, a little bit in a compromised position. He also needs to grab that and get out of there. His other teammate is already gone sus. He's like, oh, well, half of our squad is out of here, and we know that the Chosen probably going to be a little bit more aggressive on us. I'm just leaving. And the Chosen, I mean, if they have any kind of an inkling that, hey, K19 is right in this compound right above us, they're going to go for it. But, ooh, Valak Winford, he got in the vehicle and he's trying to get away at this point.
I feel like that's a mature decision too. Now he'll have to go for the placement points. Again, K19, they do realize there's a huge void to fill. And if they're not going to be able to wrap up any sorts of points in this game, then yeah, the games are already running away from their hands, and then they only just need to put on some insane numbers at that point every single game to even try and contest or to even try and have a chance to grab that 16th spot overall. But now the circle this time is going to shift on up a little bit on the left side, shifting away from the players of Boring Protocol too, so the Boring Protocol team is going to be on the edge, but they can also try and edge camp a lot of teams out. We do see the Chosen 2 trying to make it in. K19 2 is going to be right on the back line, so the Boring Protocol team should have much more opportunities to get those elimination points on their hands.
What I'm actually excited about is this, again, very similar zone shift. Knights are going to be grabbing the center once again, and same with HQA. And we end up seeing the Knights be able to grab an amazing win in this position earlier. I'm wondering if they can go ahead and achieve it again. Mezexis XSET, though, they decided to make a rotation in very similar areas, and they're going to get in a clash, right? Peralta, unfortunately, already out of the equation. Only 3 members of Mezexis left. Looks like, oh, Polo G gets spotted, though. Nice shots coming through from Inactive. J7 is just a little bit closer, but luckily he's not making any sort of a peek right now. Hopefully the rest of XSET will be able to kind of make their way on over, help out the situation. Same with Mezexis, though. Probably going to be getting closer to this fight in BTOWN. Well, that's the team that you're keeping an eye on, Necro. They're starting to make this rotation from the southern side as well.
And this rotation might just pan out good because we already do see 2 of the teams fighting it out, XSET and Mezexis. And if BTOWN as well, they decide to stop and take some fights, then they will be the 3rd party, and they will also have a huge opportunity to win this entire fray. But that's not going to be the case. I'm going to hold on to my words for now, as XSET, they've already found a nice reply against the players of Mezexis, and that's also going to open up a lot of opportunities potentially for XSET to try and capitalize on. And now Mezexis, they're also getting shot at from the right lines. This time it's BTOWN. As I said, BTOWN, they're just going to be able to wrap up so many points in this one, or maybe they could also take out all these teams in this fray right here, because BTOWN, they're currently 3rd partying, and they have eyes all across the board here.
Yeah, XSET realizing that they're being 3rd parties, starting to lay prone or making sure that they're moving on the other side of this ridge so that BTOWN can't hit them. But Inactive from Mezexis is still alive, and because of that, he's going to be able to pop out of that smoke, getting a knock into at least one of the XSET members. J7 goes down. J-Way knows exactly where he is, but a 1v1 is not an ideal situation, especially if he lays prone here. Inactive is securing 2 more eliminations for his team. Bolty will put an end to it using his weapon, but XSET, they're only 1 person left alive. Polo G just leaving the situation, knowing that BTOWN is going to be trying to clean this up, but Mezexis and XSET totally ruined this game for each other.
Yeah, how do they just fall down like that? And BTOWN, they just got themselves so many points here. That's a great start for BTOWN, and that's something they were looking for. They've got one elimination point so far, and if they won, they can try and chase down or hunt down the final man of XSET too. XSET currently, they have 3 elimination points wrapped up. So BTOWN, if I'm not wrong, they were able to knock out 2 of the players of Mezexis, but then XSET, I think so, stole one of those elimination points away from BTOWN. So BTOWN, they're going to be a little pissed about that for sure. But Boring Protocol also realizing the fact that maybe now it's time for them to leave this entire high ground and move on over to some other spot. And that's what they're doing here. Boring Protocol, they're just trying to center up again. But currently not really all the way in the center. They're kind of like in the off-center side. This next circle shift, though, I want to find out where it's going to be shifting towards because Lazarus on all the way on the left side. Look at the split that Lazarus has. This is so interesting. And then we have, and then again, the circle this time is actually going to center on over on the right side. Okay, so this is quite interesting now. Boring Protocol, they find themselves in. Majority of the good teams inside the lobby, they're going to be inside. For example, teams like Knights, HQA, Nova as well, and Boring Protocol. They don't even need to put any sorts of efforts to position themselves in the best spot. They are currently in the prime spots possible. So BTOWN will have a really huge struggle to try and make it in. K19 all the way on the top right side too. They will try and make it in, but again, they shouldn't really have that tough of a task because we don't really see any of the teams in the front lines at K19. Even if they do just straight up book it inside the zone, that will be a good choice. But again, this is where it really comes down. If K19, they second guess themselves and they start overthinking, then they will try and go for a really off rotation all the way from the outskirts just to try and get like complete off rotation, a long rotation from them. And that's where they might just catch themselves off guard because K19, they don't really need to put so many efforts to try and rotate inside the next zone. They could just straight up book it in and they could just try and situate themselves in there because Polar is currently, they're also looking quite great. There's Minas Generalis. Dope as well as another team that a lot of us are currently eyeing out for because they need to be in the 16th spot. BTOWN as well, they're having a decent game so far, but the way BTOWN are moving, I feel like they might just meet their demise because Knights is right in the front, and you don't want to challenge a fight against a team like Knights, especially if you're BTOWN, because imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be on top of your heads. And also, Knights, they're one of the best teams out there in the entire North America. They have the best firepower to try and stop you and take care of you easily. So BTOWN, I feel like you guys will have to pull off some insane shenanigans to either not get caught off guard by Knights, but this is what we know. Knights is in the front. BTOWN have no clue of that. Here we do have the players of Vamp, though, in an okay spot inside the zone. They're right in the edge, too, so Lazarus is going to be one of those teams that will be the potential threat for them. And Lazarus, they have a great split going so far. One of the players all the way on the left side, also getting a nice high ground on this entire comp. At Lazarus, they know there is a bit of threat lingering in the front, and they're slowly and steadily trying to approach in this one. They've currently surrounded the entire team of Vamp all from all across the board. 3 players are just stuck in that building right there. One of the nade drops in so close. Mayo was taken down a bit. But again, that's just a warning utility. If Vamp, they're not going to step back from this one, then Lazarus, they're going to put some more bodies down.
Yes, they are, Necro. Here we go.
I mean, makes a lot of sense, too. Lazarus, they'd realize Vamp currently has a huge hard cover to play with, and if Lazarus, they're not going to be able to find any sorts of opening with the utilities, then they will have to back off and play for a better spot inside the zone, and that's what they're doing. A mature decision coming in. A great sign, but oh my god, look at the circle. It's going to shift all the way down south on the players of Knights, Nova, and K19 Esports.
That's a heck of a zone shift indeed, Necro. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? I got the good old tag team tap from Span, so I'm coming on in to cast the rest of this one. And oh man, am I excited, dude. Look at this circle shift. We see Bop full sending it on in. Lazarus having to do that hard rotation all the way at that edge. Do you think they're going to be able to come into that side where WallStreetBets is?
Oh man, it's going to be quite tough though. I mean, Lazarus, they're actually trying to rotate all the way from the outskirts, but I feel like there's way too many teams to try and pull that off, so Lazarus will have to be either extremely lucky or they will have to sweep their way in. Before now, it's K19 Esports against the players of Nova, and Nova, it's all down to Kindness. I mean, we've seen Kindness too just pull off some insane clutches, so I'm not really going to question this, man.
100%. You know that Nova's going to come after it, especially after that last game that the Knights had. So they want to put up some big points on the board really quick. Bop are in a really good spot here for the most part. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get to Carnage, though, up on top. Looks like that's going to have to be the good old rotation player sacrifice.
Talk about rotation sacrifice, though. This is exactly what I talked about. If you're BTOWN, you do not want to go against the players tonight, and this is what exactly is happening. Knight's firepower is going to put down the players of BTOWN. They're going to make sure that BTOWN is put 6 feet under in their coffins, and that's what exactly happened. Bolty, the final man open, and you blink and you miss it. This is what Knights are capable of, baby.
That's the worst team they could have possibly ran into, especially considering where they're at on the leaderboards. But you know what? That's going to be a lesson learned for them. They're going to have to figure something out in the next game, because just like that, they're out. Now look at Knights. Look who they got their eyes on here, Necro. The Hitlist.
Oh. And this was another one of those teams that I was talking about personally. Hitlist coming inside this, and yesterday they did so well on the map of Miramar too, so the Hitlist might have a huge chance of putting on some nice performance.
Yes, indeed. They're going to really have to hope the circle comes on over to them, though, because getting out of that position is going to be tough, especially with that Knights squad looking over on top of them, though. We got this next zone is starting to close. We're about to hit circle 5. That's when it's going to really hurt. You can see Coops full sending it on in there. Getting those sight lines, and is he going to be able to get those shots off? Boom! Oh my God, just
wow.
like that. See you later.
That's not even a normal vehicle. It's a bike that is able to pull that off against. Oh my God, he took off both the players from a bike, and that's so impressive. Knights, they're just so unstoppable. Currently, they're a whole nother beast, and to take them down, only Nova are capable of. But unfortunately, Nova, they just don't have the manpower up. It's only Kindness, the final man up for that team. K19 Esports too, though, they're going to be right in this max center position. And now we talked about Dope. They need to make it a top 16. BTOWN, they're currently eliminated, so Dope might just have a huge chance to try and capitalize on that spot. But K19, they're making it way much more tough.
Beautifully done right there. That's an elim they definitely needed, especially the fact that they only have 2 players up. So they want to put some points on the board. Now that you got BTOWN out of it, HQA are in a little bit of trouble. Hitlist, I mean, that I said it right. It's going to be tough to make that rotation. They had to take 2 players out of the business on him. Mayo got his eyes set on Acer with that blue cell, though, coming in hot. That's going to be it on the side of Vamp, going out there in 13th place. 12 squads remaining here, Necro.
Ooh, 12 teams live and 35 players in total. Born Protocol here still up with all the players up. Born Protocol is another one of those teams that can potentially be a huge threat for Knights for this game. But Acer's nade is going to find a huge opening on the players at HQA. One of the players goes down. It's G-Vang, and now Pig as well. He's trying to jump spot here, and there we go. One of the players from Bop is going to push on in. Acer, without taking a sliver of damage, he's able to shut down the player in the front, and now HQA, they're so vulnerable.
Vulnerable indeed, and speaking of vulnerable, the Hitlist go out, so that's them done and dusted early. K19 has to survive here. Oh, look at this nade. It's got to be good. Under the bus. See ya later, HQA. God. It is just King Pig up now. Acer with the 3v1. I mean, only 1 player left on the side of HQA, and it's King Pig.
Oh, boy.
Oh, good luck. Good luck, man.
Oh, it's going to be tough. Yeah, he's trying to be the one with the nature here, also trying to play around with the bush, but he's all by himself, and now he's also getting shot at from the right lines. Yep, it's Knights, of course. They just have eyes all across the board. Tensa all the way in the back, a huge split from the players of Knights. And oh boy, what's going on? How are you
he's out of here.
Counter this? Oh yeah, he's
how you counter it. This is how you do it. The bus power. Go, but it sucks back. Hopped out the vehicle a little too early. The thing was just going too fast, and he gets thirsted by Chico, and Chico takes out HQA as well. 12 elims on the Knights, and they want more. Oh, here comes Carnage. Acer, can they make it across? Barely in time, but for how long?
For how long? That's the question. Only time will answer, because at this point, the nade was tossed in onto Kindness. Oh, it's gonna just land on the perfect spot. And Nova, they're down and dusted. They're gonna bite the dust as well from the lobby. And now Knights with the high ground, they're just gonna straight up have those demon smiles on their faces, and they're just raining down all sorts of bullets, all sort of death and destruction on the players of Bop here. Bop, they're fighting an uphill battle.
Oh, man. I mean, it is definitely an uphill battle when you got the Knights up on top of you. They're going to have to figure something out there. They've hit the deck so far, just trying to buy some time. They have that 3-man split, and they have plenty of cover, so they should be able to last a little bit longer here. But if that zone hard shifts on over to the east, they're going to be in really big trouble. Zone shift coming.
It is coming. And currently 19 Esports, they're right in the smack center too, so they won't really have to work that much if the zone does take a hard shift away from them. They cannot really potentially go that far away, but oh, it's going to also shift down south and a little bit tilted on the right side. So 19 Esports are the only team currently in, and Coops against the players of Bop now.
Coops coming in strong, and now he's just full sending it at this point. The man's feeling himself. I mean, 13 elims on the squad. He's going in for that 1v1 against Acer. And it's coming up because Carnage, actually he's going to go on the Carnage side, but he's going to give up his back. Oh,
he whiffed!
Eyes in the back of his head. The turn, that was disgusting.
Oh, he just turns around and slaps him. Oh my God, Bop. I'm pretty sure Acer's gonna have nightmares of that right there. You might as well just clip it and ship it at this point because Joey now here from the side of Lazarus, straight up the entire Lazarus squad now, they're charging on in against the players of Dope as Flash is taken down, barely on any sort of HP. Casper's knocked out too, but that's not gonna matter. Lazarus, they take out the final man.
That was huge. Dope is finally going to be out here. 5 teams are now left alive, and it looks like 19 Esports and WallStreetBets are the only teams now inside of this zone. Lazarus, they're going to have to be pushing out of that Bandita Bowl there, and WallStreetBets is not going to want to let them come anywhere close. Here we go. Fear spotting out Nemesis. Unfortunately, didn't have his weapon out, so he's going to take a ton of damage. Fear is utilizing that ridge there to try and make a rotation on him, but his teammate there is there to be able to protect him just a little bit. There we go. Tossing some more utility. Fear's super low HP. He's going to get knocked. The rest of Lazarus too far away to go on ahead and help him out. Another one goes down. WallStreetBets so far successfully protecting this area here for themselves as Kiseki and Joey are now the last 2 alive from Lazarus trying to make this push happen, but it's just not going to happen. 2 of them do go down at this point. Joey is able to get down 3 members of WallStreetBets in the last one. He's not even near the rest of them. Look at him. He's all the way down on the southern side of La Bandita here. That means that Lazarus, they'll probably be able to get these reses, and WallStreetBets 24K is now the last one alive.
Oh, he's still trying to make it in, though. Maybe he wants to go for the rest of the fallen comrades, and he's going to go for it. Yep, makes a lot of sense, too. 24K does not want to play the rest of this game all by himself because he does realize the call should be made that the players are quite safe for now, at least. Lazarus with the high ground as well in this one, so WallStreetBets now, they're going to fight an uphill battle. Joey and Purge straight up moving on in against the players of Wall Street because they know Wall Street are going to be quite hurt. They just got out of an entire fight, and now they're just down to a 2-man squad, too. The firepower is going to be looking a bit weak compared to the players of Lazarus, and they just pounce on the players of WallStreetBets. WallStreetBets getting eliminated from the lobby on 4th spot.
24K, honestly, going for that res, super dangerous. He was just able to get that res, but Lazarus, I mean, they just had more time to get those reses up. 24K had to drive all the way over there, so Lazarus, once again, should be able to get all these reses back up, so they're going to be 4 strong. The only other team with 4 people still up is the Knights, currently dealing with 19 Esports. Actually, looks like Lazarus is getting a lot of damage still thrown their way. None of these teams inside of this next zone shift. 19 Esports, the Knights, both of them kind of stuck from being able to make it inside this circle. They have to kind of take each other out before they're able to make their way inside the zone.
Talk about staying under the radar, and that's what 19 Esports are trying to pull off. Lazarus, as you said, are the only team against the players of Knights. That can be a huge threat for Knights, maybe. And same thing goes for Lazarus. So if Lazarus do want to win this game, they will need to try and get rid of Knights, but Knights, they're not going to let this happen. Knights, they're just proven the entire lobby unparalleled when it comes to the gun skills as well. The movement that they just have the mechanics down to the gut.
Salty saw Xenox up on top of that ridge, and he made the move. I thought he was going to make a move to get in a little bit of a better position to get that knock onto him, but instead he's still inside of the building. That means the Knights, they're honestly in such a strong position. They're just going to be able to hold out 19 Esports this entire time while the blue zone is slowly closing. Maybe Salty is just inside of zone, but it doesn't matter. Coops is going to get that knock. Alucard is now the last one alive for 19 Esports. Knights at this point, they just want to get rid of 19 Esports so they can fully focus on Lazarus and what they're doing with their rotation, but Alucard's still going to be able to stay alive for now. We can see Lazarus, though, in that mini-map getting closer and closer. Love the rotations coming through, actually, from them, especially Joey making a move all the way down to the southern side of this zone, ensuring that he's going to have a really good angle on the Knights if they try to even take a step closer to this zone. Only one of them inside of this circle. So Lazarus, honestly, they're in the strong position right now, Necro.
They indeed are, and they also have a great split going for themselves. The Knights, too. They're currently in the edge of the zone, and Lazarus, as you said, they have great positioning right in the smack center of the zone. Coops is not going to try to challenge a fight. Unfortunately, got stuck on the edge of that wall, and he will be knocked out. Did not have enough time to just fade away with that knockout. And 19 Esports, now they're able to retaliate back as Coops will be confirmed. And now it's all down to the players of Lazarus. They're going to charge on in. They do realize Hell has broken loose, and that's where Lazarus, they're going to take the advantage of that fact. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation, scratch that. Alucard and Salty against the entire team of Lazarus, and I'm pretty sure they should be falling down soon because the circle as well takes a huge shift away from the sides of 19 Esports. So 19 Esports, they will need a charge on in. There you go. The first one taken out. The second one too will follow up. Lazarus just doing some light work in the end there. They played that so well.
I mean, it's exactly as we were talking about, Necro. I mean, the Knights, the only way that they're going to win that is if they got rid of 19 Esports, but they were just able to successfully continue to elude them up inside of their little compounds that they had. So Lazarus, they were able to heal on up and surround them entirely, which is absolutely disgusting considering that Lazarus almost got out from WallStreetBets. If 24K was there with his team when that initial fight broke off, I am sure that Lazarus wouldn't have been alive.
I mean, that was a really well-thought approach from the side of Lazarus, too. As I mentioned, the split that the players of Lazarus had, they played that so perfectly well because they had realized, they saw in the kill feeds, they saw some kills getting knocked out, too. They saw some players getting confirmed as well, and they knew, okay, now it's their go time to go. And every single player from Lazarus just straight up pounced on the players of Knights. And at that point, he can't even do much because Lazarus also, they had a nice little high ground and dips to play around with, and Knights, they just got caught off guard, and they also needed to deal with the players of 19 Esports at the same time. So just too many players, too many angles to check, and 19 Esports, they fall down under the 19 Esports as well. They fall down under the pressure. Knights still the valiant effort. I mean, they're currently sitting on top of the boards. They don't even need these points, but the consistency that Knights is showing, they know they really won this first spot.
It's also just amazing, honestly, that 19 Esports were just able to sneak their way on in and get that second place out from underneath the Knights there. I mean, that's what happens if you know that there's only two of you, an entire four-man team above you, holding you off from the ridge. Like, you just got to stay quiet, stay behind your cover for as long as possible, and it's going to get you that second place points. Of course, we're throwing it to a little bit of a break, but don't worry, we will be back soon.
When the battle is intense and the bullets are raining down, vehicles are one of the only options that can guarantee you a fighting chance. However, each vehicle is unique, hence it pays to know the details. When hell breaks loose on Erangel, you cannot stay exposed while traveling. You can put your faith in the UAZ here for its superior durability and cover. But it's not invincible. If you blow even one of its rear tires, it goes from an asset to a liability in an instant. To stay up and running, no matter how much hit your rear takes, the Dacia indeed comes as a savior. It can storm through the fields at top speed, even with 3 of its tires blown off. The only downside here is its off-road performance. However, when you are in a race against time, the Coupe is unbeatable. With its lightning-fast acceleration, it's your ticket to a narrow escape when you are bleeding at low HP. The buggy is great for scouting, and for a driver, it offers the best possible protection from the back. But the same cannot be said for the passenger. But PUBG Mobile offers even more choices apart from the ones we covered. Which one will you choose for your next trip to the safe zone?
Oh, what is going on today? What is happening? Just pure madness. And guys, of course, I gotta say it. We could not do this without our amazing partner, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. And Is it the PMPL or is it just like the night show? That's my question. That's my question. I mean, shout out to Lazarus for getting that chicken dinner. That's great, you know? But still, how many elims that turn? It was just too good. Too good, Seven.
The turn was filthy, okay? The turn was absolutely filthy. I saw it and I was like, oh my gosh, Coops. That's just not, you shouldn't have did that. That man has a family, okay? But as you mentioned, Lazarus was able to get the chicken dinner. They do end up with 13 elims to themselves, which is impressive. Remember, from Lazarus, we have seen only Joey in the top 10 players. Maybe after today, we'll end up seeing a couple more players from the Lazarus on that top 10. Knights, I mean, you were mentioning too, 16 elims for them, 26 points. I was really hoping that Knights will be able to break the 20 elim match. Yeah, I don't think, if I remember right, I don't think it has happened, so I want it to happen at some point here on this PMPL NA. 19 Esports, 16 points for them. WallStreetBets, they've been awfully quiet, so it's good to see them here today being able to at least secure the 10 points. And if we go down, Boring Protocol, Polar Ace, Dope Esports. This is a good one, Glitter.
Hey.
Dope Esports now pushing themselves a little bit closer to execute. I think maybe next match they will be able to pass them, as we're going to be going here towards the second page. And on the first spot, on that spot at the top, we're going to see K19 with only 3 points, Glitter.
You know what? It's okay. It's okay. They still got 3 points, which is better than the 1 that the Hitlist got, or the 1 that BTOWN got down there at the bottom of this match ranking. Yet again, a match where they are struggling and cannot afford to be doing so. So I'm still looking for a bounce back out of Hitlist. BTOWN is in the same or similar situation as Dope, where they only need a certain amount of points to get past execute. So all they just got to give me one strong performance. I mean, like you said, Dope with the 7 points from this match alone is so much closer to that. And once they get there, that's like the first marker. It's the first point they have to hit to secure their safety in the top 16. So let's just get there, okay? We're taking it one step at a time. But we also, I mean, I gotta go back to shouting out Lazarus as well, because we've talked a lot about squads who need to learn to adapt and fix their weak areas. Miramar was the only match yesterday for Lazarus where they finished in double-digit placements and had a really bad game. And then now, moving into today, they get the chicken dinner. I mean, talk about an overnight fix.
Yeah, and you're talking about yesterday. I mean, they finished off the day 2 in a 3rd place with 8 elims, and they started off the day 2 with 3rd place and 6 elims. So I feel like this is a completely different Lazarus that we're seeing on this Super Weekend. Something, we were kind of talking about this when we were watching the game, and I was nitpicking a little bit, right? I'm going to go with Nova with what we're talking about, but continuing on the trend there with Lazarus is, I think during this past league play, they might have just been trying different stuff. And the final day, like they were just like, okay, you know what? Let's actually get points. Let's qualify to that Super Weekend. I feel like that's what happened with Lazarus. Now, with Nova, my main concern is QC getting eliminated way too early every time. And the reason why I'm bringing that up now, yes, we're not into finals yet. I know I said I was going to wait until finals, Glitter, but I can't, okay? It's stressing me out because I want this team to be just consistent. And, I mean, QC is being consistent in regards to elims. But if they can maybe just adjust the rotations or adjust the way they're playing and allow QC to survive a little bit more, they'll be a different team. But you know what? Top damage. Let's talk about that instead, because Knights, almost 3,000. And they've been wanting to cross that 3,000 mark for a couple games now this Super Weekend, Glitter.
Yeah, you can see how top-heavy the top damage is right now. I mean, I'm just going to call it essentially 3K for the Knights, 2K for Boring Protocol, 1,700 for Lazarus, even 1,400 for 19E. We were even talking about 19E while we were watching 7, and they're having a much better day today than they did yesterday. Another squad that's picking it up a little bit, but you can see how it just continues to fall off from there. But I'm going to call it out, because I'm happy that it's even happening right now. That Dope is up here on the top damage dealers, as well as getting those points from this match. 900 damage, 3 elims. I mean, is this the beginning of the turnaround, Jukes?
I think it is. I honestly think it is, because at this point in the tournament, it has to be, right? So I got to have that hope. I'm an underdog kind of guy, right? I want to see it happen. I want to see it happen, right? Well, it's going to be hard to make it happen when you got, you know, the top team in the lobby just refusing to let off the gas even for a little bit. Let's take a look at that flyover between BTOWN and the Knights. Remember, BTOWN, needed those points so bad. And the Knights just, wrong squad, 7.
Yeah, wrong squad indeed. And I mean, I'll give them some props, because BTOWN actually decided to rush Knights with a buggy, but boy, did that backfire, Glitter.
Did they not? Maybe they just didn't know it was the Knights, you know, because literally in the time that you said a sentence and a half and I said one sentence, the Knights had cleaned up that fight instantly. I mean, it's too calculated. They're too good at it, but I do appreciate the attempt at the aggression out of BTOWN. They need it. Yep, and then we have Coops here with almost 1,400 damage. That's just Coops doing Coops things, you know. Xenox too doesn't fall far behind. 756 damage for him, 3 elims out of 5 knocks, 10 set 2. I mean, this team is just different. Chico, my boy, he's on the board too. He doesn't have that much damage, but guess what? Those 2 elim points are gonna be clutch for them, especially if they can continue on this kind of performances.
Oh, I mean, it's going to be hard to see them not, because of just how well they've been doing everything. I mean, it's just crazy to see. You know, another team that I want to take a look at, you know, when you're talking about BTOWN, we got to talk about Dope, right? So what do you think about Dope Esports here and just their performance so far, 7?
Their performance so far, you know what happened? They actually listened to me a little bit. They decided not to die too fast. That's what happened. I know it might seem like a bit obvious, but the way that they were just taking into fights early on, it just wasn't working their way. Let's compare though yesterday versus today. You can see the damage. They're currently just improving on that. The elims too. I feel like that's going to be a big one for this team, being able to get those and secure those elims. But going back to the average survival time, not dying too fast. I know it sounds like a joke. Don't die, okay? Pretty much, don't die. But if you're gonna be willing to take those fights early, right now, I guess you are in a position where if you want to risk that, yes, you can. We still have a couple more games left here today. And on top of that, we have the final day of Super Weekend tomorrow. With Dope, though, just focus on those placement points. Focus on pass and execute. Once they pass execute, Glenn, you mentioned it perfect. I think it's like a milestone that they can maybe just completely shift their mentality. Now they have a place secure, right? Now that's off their mind. Now you guys can focus on your usual playing style. It's going to be interesting how Dope turns it around today.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. I think I'm going to be a little bit harsher on them, right? Because we saw that increase, 0.8 to 1.5. I mean, is that really an increase? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we need to see way more for them. And honestly, I don't want to see just 16th place as the goal, because finals is still going to come around, right? You got to be able to get it done. So come on, Dope. We believe in you. Show up. Prove us what we could do, right? Just make us happy, right? Now, a team that I think made us really happy here was Lazarus, right? Lazarus pulled out the chicken dinner away from the Knights there, and look at just their difference in performance here so far, Glitter.
Yeah, and what is... I think the elims are probably going to make it look a little bit more dramatic than it is. Like you said, it'd be 13 in the last round, down to 1, 8-5-1 again. But generally, Lazarus has actually done a decent job at keeping themselves pretty consistent. It's better reflected in these placement points. They still have the 15, the 10, the 10. There's the one outlier in the 1, but the overall theme is an upward trend, but also a consistent trend. And that's why I was highlighting the fact that Miramar yesterday was their worst match, and then we come in today, and it's now their chicken dinner. So they are someone that we should be keeping our eyes on, because I think they're getting a little scary.
Rise, Lazarus, rise. All right, let's get it going. Thank you so much, 7. Thank you so much, Glitter. We're going to get this next match started here, hopefully soon. But you know what? I think I got a couple more things that I got to talk about, right? When it comes to Lazarus, we saw them go up, right? Dope. Can they get it done this match? I need a yes or a no. 7?
I don't know. Glitter, this is your team. You tell them.
Actually, I'm waiting till Sanhok. I think next one might be a little bit rough, but I'm waiting for Sanhok for them.
I swear. Wow.
All right. All right. Okay, well, they're going to do it now, or they're going to do it in Sanhok. We're about to find out. Again, thank you guys so much. We're going to go ahead and bring in our casters here for this next match. Let's go here. Match number 3. We already saw some good plays before. Come on back, Zute and Span. Have some fun in Erangel.
All right, thank you, Hot Jukes. Man, the games have been completely wild today coming into day 2 of the Super Weekend Span. And I don't know what to quite make of it, but I know we're in for some more exciting gameplay and even maybe crazier things.
And just so far, the first 2 matches, Knights, Lazarus winning when we didn't think that they were going to win whatsoever. If a fight just went a little bit different, they wouldn't have gotten the chicken dinner at all. So now my expectations are kind of high, I will say. Coming into this 3rd match, we're going to be on Erangel again. Like, I need to see that happen again, honestly.
Yeah, like it's just the action has been really just solid this Super Weekend, right? Like I mentioned, you know, this being the last Super Weekend, we kind of want to take a look at how the top teams are performing, and just it's like everything is just culminating right now before we head into the finals, and everybody's just playing so in form. Like sure, there's still those mistakes from here and there, but the action, like the players are playing tip top.
For sure, for sure. I mean, so far, every single decision, almost every single decision, I'll say, towards the end of these matches, you can see every player knowing exactly what they need to be doing. And honestly playing it perfectly. Even K19 Esports in this last match, they knew that their only way of getting towards a higher placement point, or even potentially even more elimination points, was just staying in those buildings for as long as possible. So just knowing that, people at this point, like, they're taking this seriously. I mean, they only have 2 more games after this one, of course, today, and then 5 more tomorrow, and that's going to be the top 16 for the finals next week.
Yeah, so one of the teams that, well, my team that I picked was XSET, because I'm looking towards the top of the leaderboards right now. I'm seeing which team has a chance to really show out in the finals. I know there's still that race for the top 16 near the bottom, which is what many of the other casters and, you know, talent has picked. But as far as XSET is concerned, they had an absolutely huge game yesterday, right? I believe it was the chicken and 17 eliminations. Now, after those first 2 matches, it seems like they're just going back to falling cold. So it's like that consistent ping pong back and forth with XSET.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll be able to bring it back. I mean, to be fair, yesterday they did have a huge first game and end game, and then after that, I mean, they were kind of got around the 5th, 8th, 7th kind of placement points for themselves. So maybe they're just like, you know, we'll just give a couple people a little bit more of a chance, and then we're gonna come back starting this match. Who knows? Who knows? They do at this point, though, for the overall standings, they did let a couple people ahead of them, right? So hopefully they're gonna want to jump back over HQA and Lazarus and the likes.
I feel like they could overtake HQA. Yeah, like XSET, they just need that one explosive game, and with this circle, this is gonna be a fun one. It's pretty much like 50-50 almost between military base and the main island. We haven't really we've seen some military bases, but I feel like it's been more rare than not. So maybe we'll get another military base one right here, which would favor HQA quite heavily, as they are down there in that military base compound area to start. And everyone else, the playing path was very fair, so every team is getting to go where they want to go with not much altercations whatsoever.
Last time we did get a military island game, I'm pretty sure Mezexis went on ahead and won that one, being able to stay up on top of that very tall hill for themselves. So I do kind of want to see it go back down there once again, especially because Mezexis, we know that they have it in them. HQA being one of those teams that let Lazarus in front of them this last day. Like, there's definitely a couple of teams, even Nova, XSET, 2 of those teams really close by to military island. They just have huge opportunity here to gain the points that they obviously need to continue to climb that leaderboard. So, of course, those are all teams that don't necessarily need the points anymore. So maybe we'll be able to see one of these other teams, not inside the zone just yet, but need the point, really be able to shine. At this point, I don't know. You said that you're keeping an eye up at the top of the leaderboard, the top of the players. I did choose the hit list again, so I'm still kind of around that 16th place position. So I guess it's just interesting to see the juxtaposition of those players from the top of the leaderboard and around that cutoff point and how they play these matches.
Yeah, we'll see. Currently on your screen, 19 Esports. We're back to having 4 players right there. And heading over to military base. Everybody's just going to be, you know, doing their standard looting. We might see 2 or 3 teams make those like earlier rotations for the bridge control, which might lead to some engagements. But I think everybody already has a good idea which teams have priority over that bridge location. So there might not even be a fight for that place. I know one team in particular, the Boring Protocol team. They're right there in Pachinki, so they have a nice priority to get to that bridge to secure it first for themselves if they really wanted to.
There is dope in the hit list that could potentially go on ahead and grab that bridge too. I would be surprised, I guess, to see either of those teams take the bridge, though. I will say, trying to decide if that would be a really good decision on their part, or if it would hurt them more than help them, though.
Second.
Well, then I guess I'll continue on that moment, because like on one side, right, like the hit list dope, they both need those aggressive points at this point to make something happen on the leaderboard for them, right? But we also know that these teams may be more, I don't know if fragile state is the kind of terms I want to use, but they are kind of more in that fragile state where they, if they do go for that big play of doing some sort of a bridge camp, it's kind of like the high risk, high reward thing. Like it's just a huge risk for them to be there. They might just be absolutely squashed from a team that goes by just first try, but if they are able to kind of handle it and do it, then it's going to be the high reward. Then they're going to get the points that they need to make themselves move on that leaderboard. So I guess it does just come down to the teams and how exactly they individually want to play it. But I don't know. Maybe at this point I would like to see Dope or the hit list potentially do a big play like that.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the map now, it is indeed Boring Protocol who will be securing that bridge area first. And Nova doing their... this is the split that they like do quite a lot, which I don't think, you know, is taken note of too often. They'll do the splits. They'll do like a 3-1 split or a 2-2 split where they send one player very early across the military island, and then they keep the rest of the players on the main island. So it's like they, instead of just securing like a bridge, which always gets contested, right, which could lead to trouble, which could lead to fighting, they just secure military island by just sending a player over, simply. And then if they need to cross back, they'll have vehicles and whatnot set up on the main island if the circle does shift back up north. I only see like maybe 1, maybe 2 teams utilize this strategy, and Nova's definitely one of the teams that's very comfortable doing something like this.
Well, it's nice as well because you're right. Now they're prepared for either direction. If it goes up towards the northern side, they just have to worry about one player getting back to them via vehicle. But if it does hard shift down to Military Island, like the rest of them, they're just jumping in the water, swimming on over, and that one person that they already have across is just going to be their protector. So that is definitely a huge play that, I mean, I've seen in other kinds of PUBG, but in this one, you're right, you don't see it too often except for Nova, I feel like, in this position.
Mm-hmm. Teams are definitely starting to make their way down. It's so apparent to teams that realize they can't, you know, make a fast rotation, so they're simply just not going to bother. Like, they're still way far up on the northern half of the Erangel map. And then the teams that do prioritize that rotation and realize they are able to capitalize on a position, they're all already either on military base or near like a location to get them, you know, that option of going to military base on the next circle shift. So everybody has their game plan quite figured out on what to do in these type of circles, and there's no like waffling in between.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows like when the zone is far away. Like there's like okay, like literally every other team is in front of me. There's no point in me making a move yet. I'm just gonna go on ahead, stay behind, continue to loot on up, then eventually move on in. They know when to gander on into the zone, right? At this point, it does look like the majority of people are finally in vehicles, though. It's at that point of the game where our people are like, oh, okay, time to kind of pack up and start figuring out a place to play. It looks like BTOWN might want Dope's position here, getting a little bit scarily close, but not surprising to see everybody kind of focus in these areas that this map is showing here, because this is where the most flexibility when it comes to the mainland or the island comes into play. So that's what everybody's going to be focusing on. It's just everybody is basically holding their breath, waiting for the second circle to finally reveal itself. And maybe in the meantime, we might see some action with BTOWN. They keep getting really close.
I don't think any action is going to fully happen unless if they're on the military island, because these are the teams that are committed onto the other side. We see HQA and XSET getting into a fight. XSET, oh, 2 of them go down. Talk about hot and cold performances. Today looks like it's going to be kind of a cold day. They can still reset this kind of quickly, though. HQA not going extremely aggressive off of those 2 knocks, but that's probably because of J7's position. J7 positioned beautifully to pretty much pin down a lot of the movement that HQA might try to do. So that does buy XSET a lot of time to get their resets, and very nice setup. So like the execution by XSET, flawed, right? They got double knocked, but the setup and the understanding of how to position always in tip-top form, so they're able to stall it out. But with this drive-by on the flank, what is going? He flies out the car and knocks another player. I don't think J7 was ready for that. He is able to still support his team from distance, so Chiwing trying to put some shots back, but you see Sunny Pig already driving up there, wanting to take down the last member of XSET. I mean, that is one way to outmaneuver the defense of XSET, which is do the unexpected, and that was extremely unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't prepared for that whatsoever. I was just like, oh, XSET tossing over some nades. HQA is just going to leave off of that because they know that the reses are already happening. It's like too late to make a push off of that. No, they're just going to drive around and decide to crash right into them. I mean, I guess that is a smart decision making because they do know that they have the man advantage. So if they do the surprising thing and get a knock or 2, then they obviously have the advantage. J7 is the last one alive. He did send it away from there though, so he knew that he would be hunted down. Now he's just playing as a solo, as far away from that as possible. And the fighting continues. Polar Ace and 19 Esports, they're actually deciding to fight for this one compound up here on the mainland. And it looks like as of right now, it's not really going well for either side. Ooh, because this next zone did pop, I will point out, and it's still centering around a 50-50 position here. Looks like Polar Ace is slowly bringing this back for themselves, actually, though, as Rad, the last one alive for 19 Esports. They need to stay alive in this situation, but, I mean, there's nowhere to hide inside of that building. Polar Ace is going to get 19 Esports eliminated. They're going to be able to get a res, and they're going to be able to stay 3 strong now in a good compound.
I do recall, like, just a couple minutes ago, I said, I think, you know, XSET will be able to pass up HQA. Yeah, I do believe I said that. And then just moments later, HQA just completely destroys XSET. So quite unfortunate. And yeah, the circle, by the way, did shift onto the bridge. The bridge is the center of circle now, meaning it is even more 50-50 of is it going to be military base or the main island. So with that being said, what's funny is Kindness from Nova is still on military base by himself, like next to the military compounds, and the rest of Nova are on the main island. So that is like a 1,000+ meter separation right there, heading into Circle 3 now very soon.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that Kindness decided to just, you know, travel on down there. He was just like, well, if I'm playing as a solo, I'm really gonna play as a solo. Decided to just go all the way down to military base. Yeah, look at him all down there. It's the most southern player as of right now. Of course, this next circle is gonna shift, and this is really where it's gonna come down to. See, now it's just totally gonna work out for him. Kindness is gonna be able to make a huge rotation into the zone, and the rest of his team, they just have to figure out how to get to him, and he'll be able to hold the spot for him.
That's the hard part. How is the rest of the team going to get to him?
Yeah.
I feel like Nova might try and take that blue zone bridge. Because right now the blue zone does do a lot of damage, but not enough that it's impossible to tank the blue for that bridge rotation. Obviously, it looks like Boring Protocol is still holding down their side of the bridge, so they're not going to give up that bridge too easily. And yeah, Nova is looking at the minimap, still not sure what they're going to do here, as Vamp and the other teams on this Ferry Pier side looking for maybe a boats to do a boat rotation, but they're definitely going to be taking some shots from one another.
Yeah, at this point, this is where everybody's going to start struggle busing. Everybody definitely looking for those boats to make that rotation. Boring Protocol as of right now holding that bridge. Ooh, Brer almost being taken down by Vamp there. Like 1 HP left, but it looks like Rage doesn't want anything to do with it. Going to start trying to make a rotation at this point. No boats to spare, however. Either people are going to start jumping in the water or they're going to start grabbing their vehicles and just trying to send it across this bridge. But there's 4 teams up here by this west bridge on the northern side. They're going to have to go for it.
Yeah, this Boring Protocol did leave the bridge. That opens it up for some of these teams. But they're now caught on top of each other. And I see Dope scouting towards that bridge. I think they realize it's been evacuated. Kindness goes down in the kill feed, so that one player from the Nova side. Oh, actually, there is a full-out engagement between TC and Nova at the shore side. So it looks like Nova decided to swim over and they're getting camped out. The Hitlist and a Dope right now, still locked in engagement. Here's that fight I was just talking about. Yeah, Nova, ooh, that is brutal. Nova swimming up onto shore and then just getting, oh man, that is rough.
Oh, okay. Looks like the Chosen was just trying to survive driving through that smoke or something, but QZ kind of turning it around for his team. Just a tiny bit, getting a knock into at least one of them. Still 3 people left, and that nade is going to land right beside him. QZ, he's so low. You can see he's just trying to confirm that elimination point at this point, right? But maybe he'll be able to heal it up and make some sort of a fight happen, but Godfan, now he's just going to spray through that smoke. Nova is eliminated. Clearly, Kindness sent himself over there to try and see if the cross is safe, but they did not expect the Chosen to appear and take that win.
Boring Protocol here. They had control of the bridge on the northern side, but it doesn't change the fact that HQA is still camping the southern side, so they've lost Carnage trying to make this rotation across. And it looks like they don't have any vehicles either as they're playing on the lower half of that bridge. Circle also shifts down to the lower half of the map. Mezexis in prime position on top of that mountain. We'll see how well they can hold it. And Lazarus, a 4-man team. This could be another big game for them on the hard southern south side shift of the circle.
I'm actually loving whenever we'll be taking a look at the map again, I will say take an immediate look at where Mezexis was, because they were doing a big 2-2 split kind of a situation right when the zone popped. They instantly condensed up towards the top of that hill because they realized in a zone like this with 13 teams still alive, with 43 people, there's like, yeah, people are going to start sending it into every single compound they can, start filling in absolutely everything. Here comes HQA running into rocks. You know, they move every once in a while, grabbing that northern side of the zone. J7, look at him for XSET. He's hiding out in one of these little buildings here. He's just hoping at this point that nobody's going to try and choose that compound to live in.
Oh, Drago getting aggressive onto the Knights team. Knights just pulled up here and one of them got knocked. Now WallStreetBets wants to eject them out of these trenches. They did get that revive, but Tensa goes down, spraying right through the smoke. The UMP shredding Tensa up. Xenox is still up though. Xenox did get that first save off. Can Xenox do anything? He gets jumped upon, and Drago popping off right now, taking down 2 members of the Knights with no issue at all.
Yeah, WallStreetBets, I guess, feeling themselves on that one. This is their little ditch here. This is theirs. No one can have it. And now Knights as well. 2 big teams, actually. Knights and XSET are just down to 1 player each, right? So they're going to have to play the rest of this as solos. I doubt they have any sort of vehicles. At this point, like, it's definitely this circle down here. Why I brought up vehicles is, like, any movements that you have to make, like you basically need a vehicle, otherwise you're going to be running out in the open. It looks like the Hitlist Dope both understanding that as well, trying to drive across this bridge, are going to be running into each other. Iconic actually does not get taken out by Dope, but he is going to be sending it into the remainder of Boring Protocol. He has to be careful down here. There's multiple teams, and he's just trying to survive to gain those placement points or something. Wait,
oh my gosh.
WallStreetBets is eliminated?
This bridge is an absolute mess. Oh my god, look at this. Acer left behind by the Boring Protocol team simply to bridge camp and farm some elimination points. He knocks one, but I don't even know. Did he get the confirmation for that? Oh, great nade by Acer. Can he get off this first aid though? I don't think he can. Yeah, he realizes it, and he will manage to pick up 3 eliminations. So sacrificing one player for 3 points in a crazy hectic circle like this, I'm for it. I think that was a very smart decision by the Boring Protocol team to do that.
And he like barely missed that first aid by literally like a millisecond. He almost got that heal off. So unfortunately just didn't work out. Now Goldblade, the last one from the Hitlist, is going to be sending it on down. Might be able to get at least 1 point from this blue zone here. But oh man, at this point, if you just take a look at the remainder of these teams, there's so many broken up teams. There's like 4 solos, 2 duos. Just the only big teams that are left is HQA, Lazarus, and Mezexis. And Mezexis, they're looking so strong in this position. HQA also control of the entire northern side, just all of them. Okay, I take it back. It's back to Mezexis. I don't know. The zones are just shifting away from absolutely everyone in this situation.
Yeah, it's just Mezexis on that high ground, Lazarus controlling pretty much the low ground, and everybody else, well, we'll see where they decide to fill in. As TC, with 5 eliminations, looking to pick up some more onto this K19 team. K19 doing everything they can to stay alive in this game right now. Just pressed onto the edge of the blue zone. Do they have any vehicles back here? Doesn't really seem like it. Using the smokes, maybe pick up some first aids, go for a first aid strat. There's not much they could do right now.
Ooh. Well, I was going to say something about that, but HQA being super aggressive onto BTOWN. Looks like they're going to be trading these knocks back and forth for right now. HQA trying to get down the last member, and they will succeed. They have to go ahead and get 2 reses up before they continue to make their movement, and they've caught the attention of Lazarus. You can see that Kaseki will be shot off there. Looks like they realize that they can't go on ahead and third-party that, so they're just going to go back to their compound into safety. What I was going to say, actually, is that K19, they were the team that actually eliminated WallStreetBets, so I could have sworn that they had some sort of a vehicle. Actually, I think we're about to see one of them entering the zone very shortly, but everybody over on this eastern side, they might have lost a lot of vehicles or just cannot move whatsoever. So a bunch of people are being just ripped up over there. Boring Protocol still trying to kind of soak up those elimination points.
You see Russell right there, last one up. Did get very close to the circle. TC still yet to breach into the zone. Looks like the next place they want will be defended by the Mezexis team. Mezexis has the high ground and the number advantage, and they're pre-nading those smokes, expecting TC to drive into them to use as a push. And oh, they're gonna give it up. Good pre-nades though, almost takes down Opa. So Mezexis is gonna give TC a little bit of space, and K19 Russell just took down the 2 members of Boring Protocol. Really good job by Russell right there, clutching up for the team. And XSET's still in this game too as a solo.
Yeah, but of course, Russell making all that noise, that means Mezexis is all like, well, wait a second. So we have a team down to our southern side and at least 1 person over towards our east. I don't know if they realize that Russell is just the last one up for K19, but Mezexis at this point, all the way up on top of the hill, they have to be watching literally every single one of their angles. The Chosen isn't even inside of this next zone, so we know that this is going to potentially be the next fight because they have to make their way inside this zone. Mezexis is probably going to be putting all of their eyes on them, and Russell and J7 could potentially kind of creep up here and maybe get involved in this fight. We'll have to see what Russell decides to do on the very edge of the zone. The zone does shift, centering on Lazarus, but the Chosen, they need to be taken out. Mezexis knows it. If they're going to be able to move freely into this next zone, they have to get rid of this enemy team right below them.
Yeah, there you go. Nade flies way too far, and they do get the knock though, but traded by First Frost with that grenade, and Joey from downtown actually gets knocked onto Mezexis. So Mezexis getting shot at by multiple teams. Luckily for them, though, TC is just only down to one player as one of them went down to play zone earlier. This nade, though, could be deadly. Might get a re-knock on a player. And I don't think it will connect. Inactive still getting revived. Russell can definitely play spoiler, though. He's got the furthest to move out of all the teams. And there's 4 members of Mezexis in front of him. And they'll clean up TC, and Russell gets in the buggy, going for a Hail Mary play, maybe.
Oh, he's so low. I don't think he thought that he could go ahead and make any sort of a heal happen before he left. You can hear the little honking of the horn as well. Ah, no! He's just going a little bit too far inside of the zone. He was really hoping on that one, but K19 will be taken out. He knew that that was going to be a long shot, I assume, from him taking those honking of the horns. But now we're down to our last 4 teams, and one of the 4 is actually just a solo from XSET. I didn't even see him for his half a second there, actually, because he's kind of hiding behind a little crate, but he's about to be running right into you here from Mezexis. That was a close one.
Yeah. Here gets shot at by the HK team, so it makes him pull off, and that gives XSET J7 a position in the circle. So it looks like J7 will make it into this circle, and seeing as how he's not taken out yet, he has somewhat of a position to stay. Oh, never mind. Fears just blew up J7. That is XSET eliminated. We have an AWM in play. It's a 3-way fight with 3 teams with 4 members up right now. Mezexis did get one of their players knocked, but they should be able to get that revive.
You know, at this point that Lazarus honestly is kind of in the worst position, only that they're in the center. They can't at any point leave their compound because they have HQA and Mezexis looking at them, and if they leave their compound at all to focus on even one of these teams, the other team is going to take that as their entry, right? So Lazarus, I feel like at this point they're just stuck to see what Mezexis and HQA is going to be doing in this situation. Peralta does get downed as well. Looks like Mezexis is taking a lot of damage from their side, but Lazarus can't do anything about it. They can't move. If they did so, HQA is just going to go ahead and appear right behind them. They're just waiting for this next zone to appear, and honestly, Lazarus is at the hands of those 2 other teams.
And the next circle shift puts it in a way where Mezexis is going to push on to Lazarus with HQA very close by that. They could third party at any time. Wow. Look at how close HQA and Lazarus are. They're separated by like a grenade's throw distance. And it could happen very soon. Mezexis, what are they going to do? There's a chance that they could not engage this and swing over to the top side. But that would put them in the firing line of both Lazarus and HQA. I think the best option that Mezexis has is maybe to take this fight. Well, if they're going to try swinging up over the north, scout out some more information, see what their options are, taking their time. I do like this play. Inactive gets knocked, but as I predicted, there's not much that you can do over on the northern side too, and they just cross into a firing line.
I was going to say, I'm surprised they didn't just crash onto Lazarus' position because they know, honestly, there really isn't that much space to play inside of this next one. They might as well just take the crash, take the aggressive fight, and they might have been able to win it. HQA, of course, would have been getting involved immediately as well, and that would have been the last fight. Of course, though, HQA realizes Lazarus is inside of here. Lazarus realizes that there's people right outside their doorstep, so they're now taking a fight as well. Mezexis kind of just staying in the background for now. Only 3 of them are left up. They want HQA and Lazarus to rip each other apart. A couple of knocks going back on either side. Once again, Lazarus might be able to take down HQA if they're careful. And you can see Kazeki still just totally focusing on Mezexis, making sure that they're not going to get third-partied in this. Oh, no.
Lazarus holding down this compound like it's a freaking castle. They're holding it down so well, but the defense is starting to fall apart with 1 dropped, 2 dropped, and that is HQA eliminated. Where is the third-party attempt right now by Mezexis? It looks like they're busy getting 1 revive. But right after this revive, I expect Mezexis to make that push. They should have heard all the commotion, all the gunfire, and saw in the elimination feed that 2 of the players of Lazarus did get knocked, but they're still playing it too slow. They're just putting themselves in a position to be taken out earlier, in my opinion. This was a 3v2 potential, but they're letting it slip. They're letting it go.
I was really excited there for a second. I was like, oh, they're getting in their vehicles, they're going, but you're right. They're taking way too long. All of Lazarus is going to be res at this point. You hear starting to make the move, just super low HP being shot out of that vehicle. If he had made a move earlier, nobody probably would have been focused on him. But, I mean, Lazarus, to be fair, did have one person focus on Mezexis this entire time, and now they know where the majority of them are. They do get a knock onto one. There's 2 of them left. We can see that they're not even inside of the zone. Lazarus still, they just have the advantage in terms of manpower. They have the zone, they have the hard cover, and an active Remix, all they can do is lay prone on the field, waiting for Lazarus to spot him out.
This should be an easy chicken for Lazarus. Lazarus holding down this compound till the very end. We were saying earlier, it looked like they were in the worst position, sandwiched between 2 4-man teams, but they held down that defense better than any of the teams could do with their offense. And 4v1 situation, Remix throws a little bit of a nade off to the side, doesn't really get the knock. Oh, he gets the knock, but quickly taken out right there. Lazarus with the chicken, and that is the back-to-back chicken dinner too.
Oh.
Talk about keeping an eye out on the top teams. Who's ready for the finals? Lazarus looking really good right now.
Lazarus feeling themselves. They're able to jump into that 3rd place position, getting over XSET, getting over HQA. Looks like they're still wanting to be in contention for even Nova or the Knights. It really kind of was a Knights-Nova kind of game. Maybe Lazarus is trying to add their name to that list as well.
Oh, HQA though, some of their players coming up here, Sup-Pig and Shi Wang. HQA, this HQA team, they're pretty scary. I think they're scary in the sense that they're unpredictable, right? Like, we saw what they did to XSET. Even a top team like the Knights, they would not have executed a push in that fashion to take down XSET. But HQA, they'll do it, and it worked, right? So this HQA team looking quite deadly too.
Yeah, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised that we didn't see them too much yesterday. I think now realizing that they had a lot of opportunities to potentially grab some eliminations or just points in general, today they're bringing it back. They're like, oh, we could go on ahead and just disengage off this fight and be safe, but instead we're just going to crash this, make sure we're going to get these elimination points for ourselves and continue to climb that leaderboard. Of course, we're going to be jumping into a break though, and we will be back soon.
Sanhok. Inspired by the dense rainforests of Southeast Asia, Sanhok is PUBG Mobile's first 4x4 map. Previously home to military operations, the map offers very fast-paced gameplay because of its small size and fast-moving circles. Central locations such as Painan, Paradise Resort, and Boot Camp may seem lucrative, but are contested heavily for those looking for zone advantage. Similarly, coastal areas such as Docks, Camp Alpha, Sanmi, Camp Bravo, and Kampong are safer being on the periphery, but can be brutal to rotate from once the zone comes into play. Zones tend to centralize on the map as the game progresses, but it's also important to remember that the circle shifts are faster than 8x8 maps, which may make for very frantic rotations and fights even in the mid-game. The fast-moving zone often means that players aren't always able to make it in, and going for heal battles to secure position points is a common tactic here.
That's the strat, man. You're down to a solo, just heal it out for these.
The use of vehicles is minimal, as the map is quite small for players to safely cross areas without encountering multiple squads. Along with its incredibly good loot, Sanhok is extremely fast-paced. But there are, of course, ways to survive the madness. Keeping your movements discreet while rotating and always looking over your shoulder for backstabs is a must. Being able to identify when to prioritize the zone and when to prioritize kills is the key to maximizing the Sanhok experience. Whether you're a squad wiper from Boot Camp who wants to hold the center, or a sneaky backstabber from Camp Charlie who is comfortable playing the edges, when survival is at stake, everything is fair in love, war, and Sanhok.
Rise, Lazarus, rise. That's right. That's what we love to see, the back-to-back. That's how you get it done right there. You know what else gets it done? Monster Energy. That's right, our official energy drink partners here. Let's get it going, 7 Glitter. Come on in. Let's go. I mean, Lazarus, back-to-back. Mezexis as well with a good performance. That's what I like to see, 7.
I like to see it too because, hey, that means Knights, you know what? They decided to take a break. Maybe some of the other teams that needed the points, like K19, actually ended up getting some with 11 points. By the way, yes, you said it. Lazarus, 8 elims for them, 23 points. Huge helping with addiction, 219. But let's talk about K19, all right? Because this is the team that we're currently behind. And also the Hitlist, even though they haven't had the 50-point day, or they're currently not averaging to even close to a 50-point day, they got 5 points. So, you know, it's baby steps, but hopefully they don't actually take that because they need big, giant leaps. That's what I want to see in this upcoming Sanhok. I would like to see that second page because we're going to be seeing BTOWN, Dope Esports as well, 5 and 4 points. And this team, got to keep in mind though, Glitter, right now we have the Hitlist and K19 performing better than Dope Esports and BTOWN, which they're trying to catch them up.
They are, but if I'm not mistaken, Dope got 7, and then they got 5. And if you do quick math, they might be where they needed to be, at least partially, a portion of the way. Okay?
Right. Oh.
Okay?
Oh, I see where you're going.
We'll double check when we get to take a look at the overall, because we do get to look at that at some point after this match anyways, so we can confirm my math. But I think they may have gotten it done, which is important. And speaking of getting done, we see some of those clips there from Hitlist, who is, like you said, starting to pick it up. I need it to happen a little bit faster and a little bit more aggressively, but we're getting there. And speaking of aggressive, the Chosen has been so quietly consistent. I don't know what the turning point was for them during league play, or maybe it was, you know, knowing that coming into the Super Weekend they were going to have a struggle because they were towards the bottom, but they have just been chipping away, creating a bigger lead for themselves. They are constantly getting elims on the board, and we're seeing them so much in this highlight reel.
Yeah, I know. Earlier we were talking about maybe Dope Esports and those teams trying to be able to catch up that 14th spot. With the way that Chosen has been playing, it's not going to happen, all right? It is definitely not going to happen, so I think we're going to end up battling for that 15 and 16, but we'll get to that point. But, I mean, HQA, this has been a team that has been a big question mark since the beginning of the tournament. Today, for them to be able to at least get those 19 points, I think it's huge. They are currently battling for that 3rd and 4th place between Lazarus, so it's going to be interesting to see who ends up getting that actual 3rd place, as Lazarus does have a bit of a gap there. Overall, though, I'm actually intrigued to see what's going to happen on the upcoming Sanhok, Glitter. You mentioned it earlier. You're looking to see what Dope Esports is going to be doing, and I know we're still watching the highlights there for Erangel. But if there was ever a match, okay, if there was ever a match where these teams that need the points, that need those 30-point matches, like Hot Jukes was calling it earlier, I think Sanhok will be the one.
Oh, absolutely. I could not agree with that more. We could see here how this last match went with our top damage. It's actually HQA who's going to take that top spot at over 2k damage. So a nice performance from HQA, who was also a little bit quieter in those first couple matches. Mezexis making an appearance, and then the back-to-back chicken dinner winners at the 3rd place spot with just over 1200 damage as well, and the 8 elims. You could see that they were much more efficient with their conversion, though, compared to the majority of these teams, with maybe the exception of the boring protocol K19 area of this top damage dealer 7. K19 is figuring something out, and we even saw that play from Russell in the highlights, ripping boring protocol out of their car. So they're feeling more solid.
Yeah, being able to have those 4 players definitely pays off, and right now the stuff that they were able to learn yesterday is paying off even more.
Getting it done. And you know what? All those squads, they got those points the hard way with elims as well. So it's good to see that they're actually being able to get that done. You know, now when it comes to 2 squads that have to put in that work, right? It's K19 and the Hitlist. We're going to keep talking about this pretty much the entire time here, because that race for top 16 is on. And these are 2 teams that, again, have not played in either Super Weekend. Dope, all they got to do is just, get some good performances and then just beat them out. But look at these difference when it comes to these two squads, Seven.
Yeah, I think yesterday was a completely different story whenever we ended up matching this two up. Right now, though, today is K19's day. You can see the damage. 1,000 damage actually for K19. That's the average. That's impressive considering what that team has been going through. The hit list today is just not their day. I think I'm the one that cursed them. I will put my name out there for that. But then when you go to K19, it's not just the damage, it's not just the elims that they're currently being able to output, it's also the average placement, and that correlates with that average survival time. 22 minutes, it's great. And remember what we always say too, if you're able to survive until the end, it's going to give you a better chance to maybe end up stealing some of those elims from the other teams, maybe end up third partying and surprise some of the other stuff. And I think that's exactly what's happening right now with K19.
Absolutely. I think we're starting to see them play a lot more conservative. And, when it comes down to them losing a couple players early on, you see those last two just, snaking it, playing very tactically, and getting those points that matter. I mean, they need every single one of them, and that's how you do it. Now, two teams that don't have to really worry about getting any points anymore, but they're going to keep on getting them, right? It's going to be the Knights, and it's going to be Nova Esports. These are the two top contenders here. The two teams we're really looking forward to crush it in the finals coming up. And just look. Oh. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Looks like it's Knights Day. It
is Knights Day. This is why we wanted to talk about it, though, Jukes, because Knights are having an insane performance, and Nova are pretty much nowhere to be seen right now. They have been so quiet. We've seen even quite a few matches where they're at the bottom of the second page now so far today. And so I don't know what's going on with Nova, but Knights are most certainly taking advantage of that, increasing that lead that we thought Nova was going to chip away at. And you could see just how much better they are doing than Nova. At this point, I don't even think that it's a win that Nova has the higher average heals, because they're not alive long enough or getting in enough engagements to even warrant healing. So Knights is just, and this matters because these are the top two. They've been the top two. They're the two juggernauts we keep talking about, and it's getting to a point, whether that's going to be finals or region related stuff, when we keep going, they can't afford to have these off days. They have to figure it out.
The Knights are a squad that just, when you look at their consistency, it just shows, you know what? No matter what can come in front of you, whatever adversity, whatever you want to blame stuff on,
yep,
there is no excuses. There's no excuses. I mean, all these squads are playing the same game. They're on the same playing field, and the Knights just prove to get it done regardless of whatever's going on. And that's what I like to see. No excuses, put in the work, and that's what the Knights are able to do, right? So, we went from the bottom, we went to the top. I want to come right back down to that lower end, for the two teams that are also in contention for 16th place, but have played in at least one Super Weekend. That's going to be Dope Esports, and it's going to be BTOWN. And look at the contrast between these two squads in the Super Weekend, 7.
Yeah, and I think with this one, the damage, you can see the damage right there. BTOWN has been consistent in regards to the damage, but I want to see the points. I want to see the elims. I want to see some of that stuff that matters. And here we go, the eliminations. That's what I want to see. Up and down from BTOWN. But when it comes to Dope Esports, that's, oh man, I don't want to see that. Okay, Dope Esports, I don't want to see that, even though you might have already passed execute. That's not what I want to see out of both of these teams. You see a lot of ones, you see a lot of zeros in the total points. You don't see any of this two getting past those single digits. And if you're gonna be fighting, right, you even said it too, Hot Jukes, they're fighting right now for 16th place. We want to see them getting into the point where once we get to the finals, you're not going to be those 16th place team. You're not going to be the 15th place team. Everything gets reset. Everybody starts from zero again. And we need to start seeing that from today, from tomorrow, from these next matches, to give some of your fans hope too that, hey, they might be able to maybe win.
Yeah, and to be fair, we're only really talking at them because they're at the bottom here, and we're going to see who's going to go into the finals. The fact that we're talking about them at all is not a good thing when it comes to this sense, right? Because come finals time, if they do bad, we're not talking about a period. We're only looking at the top, so that is something, of course, that we got to look at. Now, when it comes to that, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. 500 points on the dot. Glitter. Oh, man.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I mean, we thought Nova might chip away at that gap, but instead Knights has just taken it and run away with it. Huge milestone there with the 500 points, but we got to continue looking down the rest of this list. I mean, Nova's obviously holding on to second place because they have their own pretty decent gap over the next squad in Lazarus. And then this is where things have been kind of maintaining their places here so far. Panthers NA still holding on to that first page, but the second page, Dope Esports. 4Bros has dropped down dramatically. Oh, wow, I wasn't ready for that. But Dope Esports has finally cleared Execute by 2 points. Execute now in danger of falling out of that top 16. And let's see how close those squads below are. Wait!
Uh-oh! Oh!
Uh-oh!
BTOWN? BTOWN, you're tied. That means next match, all you need to do is just get one Ilum, and then you'll pass him, and then you're going to be in this top 16. But as we mentioned, we don't want to see just one Ilum, okay? That's right. K19 passes the Hitlist. The Hitlist there with 54 points. I mean, remember when I was saying Sanhok is that match that you want to have? K19, the Hitlist. This is the match that you need. Remember, K19, they were one of the best teams. Their best performing map when they had all the 4 players was Sanhok. So it'll be interesting to see what they do coming up.
Yeah, at this point, they got to get a big number here. And they got to hope those other 2 teams don't do good as well. So we're going to see what's going to happen. You called it, though, Glitter. It's Sanhok time. It's time to get it going. Will Dope, is it their time? Is the Glitter crystal ball, has it been shined? Has it been polished? We're going to find out right now. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. We're going to go ahead and bring in our casters here for this Sanhok match. My favorite map in the game, the blue zone, the toxicity. I mean, it's fun to watch. Not the best to play, but good luck to these squads. And, of course, Zute, Necro, take it away.
All right, thank you, Ajux. You can say that again. Fun to watch, not the best to play, and I gotta agree with that. Sanhok, oh man, it could get so tricky and infuriating sometimes with those circle shifts. But taking a look at that bottom 16, right, this is it. This is where an Execute is most likely gonna get knocked out, and, well, since they're not playing, this is pretty much the end of the road for Execute.
Ooh, I mean, my eyes are gonna be on BTOWN all the time now. I mean, BTOWN, they'll just need one more point, right? Just to topple over on that 16 spot and make sure Execute are going to be out of that top 16. So it's not really going to be that much of an effort. But then we also saw 4Bros. We thought coming inside the Super Weekend 3, 4Bros might just be on the safer side, but that's not the thing. 4Bros currently, they're so close as well, and they might just be in the potential threat of getting eliminated as well. And now 4Bros, they're currently not going to be playing inside this Super Weekend, as I mentioned. They weren't really able to qualify. So, man, all they can do is just straight up just sit and watch and hope and pray.
Yeah, I think 4Bros should be okay. They have about like a 100-point lead on 16th place, and there's only one more day after this. So, who knows though? We'll see how it goes. But ooh, Circle, Southwest Circle, that's on the rarer side as far as Sanhok goes. We might see something interesting coming out here. As far as hard drops go, I don't think we'll see any teams contesting anybody here anymore. Oh, wait.
The Hitlist and Vamp, though.
Yep, never mind. All the way towards, what's that city called? Kameshki? Or no, Kameshki is Erangel.
It's Kampong. It's Kampong.
A camp. Oh, okay, Kampong. All right. Might be a 4v4, but I'm seeing the Hitlist. They're already kind of pulling away more towards the northern side. I don't think they were wanting to do a fight, so they're gonna. Just seems like they're just gonna start backing off here. Maybe not.
Man, I mean, yesterday we saw the same fight go down too. Yesterday we saw the similar fight go down, and if I'm not wrong, it was Vamp who came out on top. So the Hitlist, again, we know Hitlist is one of those teams that really does need these points. So in this fight, if things aren't really going to be going their way, I feel like Hitlist should just try and disengage. But again, the problem is disengaging from that area and running away to our safer side. It's not really that easy because Kampong is just surrounded by a lot of open fields, and you don't really have any sort of cover around. So disengaging too can be quite difficult. As I said, my eyes are currently going to be locked on the players of BTOWN, and they're currently going to be chilling too. Nothing really much to worry about. But, man, the Chosen, inside this, doing pretty okay. The Chosen, too, will need to put on some consistent points.
have a little standoff here. It's one of those, you don't hear me, I don't hear you. You don't know where I am, I don't know where you are type of situations. Who knows how long this could last? They're literally just like right next door neighbors. The second Asen opens that door, he's gonna be met with an AK to the face.
Yeah, and that's not something he wants.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait. We got some backup though onto the 19 East side. He saw support coming in, but there's the AK that I'm talking about. How is he missing so many shots? Okay, he finally gets that knock. Menace goes for that quick reload, but the rest of 19 E is already here. We do see another player of Dope coming in to support him, so he's going to try and stall for as long as he can, but he's getting tagged up hard by that UMP. Menace down to 1 HP. He's probably not going to last much longer. Runs into the closet. He is stalling so much time right now for his teammate to come help. And there it is. His teammate is here to help and gets that knock. Now SB, he needs to go aggressive. Should be communicated over. The other player's just 1 HP. He can't let this other player's Menace stay alive any longer. Fishy's here though. Oh my god, Menace putting in so much damage at 1 HP.
Menace should be alive at this point. It's literally like a life. It's literally like a lifeline just given away to Menace at this point in time. And Dope, they're just not able to capitalize on this one so far. 19 Esports, a lot of rookie mistakes made, and they will be punished by the side of Dope. And this is the start that Dope really needed. And they're going to get it for themselves. 19 Esports on the receiving end. It's all down to SP now because he's the only healthy man alive. Alucard's there too, but yeah, he will be knocked out soon. SP just hiding inside this little corner here, outside this little doorway in the corner, and Menace is not going to be expecting him to be there. SB goes for an instant thirst, so now Menace is going to be out the equation too.
Big mistake by Menace. He did so well staying up for so long. Not sure why he just ran out into the open like that and got himself knocked and thirsted.
Like the heat of the moment.
I don't even think that was overconfidence. It just seemed like he was not aware of what was going on. But yeah, 3v1 situation, and there we go. I think it was the nade or potentially the gunfire. It was indeed Fishy who finishes up SB. SB, I would say SB dropped the ball there. He needed to push that player, Menace, when he was 1 HP, like way earlier in that fight. It would have relieved so much pressure off of them, and they would have been able to get a better reset. But that is 19E eliminated, and that is huge points for the Dope team.
Oh, they indeed are, and now Bob here too. Out in the open. Mezexis is currently on the top ground, but that's not going to matter. That's not going to stop Bob from just putting on some insane damage on the players on Mezexis. And Active too catches a lot of bullets. Is barely surviving on 40% of HP, and there we go. Blink of an eye, and Active's going to be taken out too. Mezexis, they are in the cusp of getting eliminated early.
We've seen this fight so much, Boring Protocol and Mezexis. They always get into these engagements because Mezexis tries to just camp them out sometimes because they know Boring Protocol's exiting from boot camp. This time around, it goes horribly, horribly wrong for the side of Mezexis.
I absolutely love the Sanhok game. It's like action right off the bat. You can't really ask for anything better. I mean, the previous game of Miramar, though, I mean, the second game for today, Miramar game was also pretty just like chaotic in the end. And I feel like that was one of the best Miramar games so far. And now this Sanhok game too. Action right off the bat. This is what I like. Aggression on the board and Boring Protocol. They're just trying to spot out the final man of Mezexis. Yahir now takes shots and also gives his position away. Spec is now literally knows that Yahir is right behind this little rock. The call's being made too. The rest of the Boring Protocol team is now going to start to wrap up from the back. Shouldn't really be that tough of a task to take the man down, and there we go.
Clean a wipe for Boring Protocol. That's great to see. And Polar Ace fighting with Nova. Kindness gets one, but Nova doing a huge split as usual. That player does get caught out quite heavily. And oh my gosh. Okay then. Talk about hitting your shots. Wait, that's 3 of them knocked?
Okay, that's...
From that distance?
And look at Nova now. They're also making a push.
Well, how does that happen?
Well, that's just Nova, you know? Oh boy, and now Nova, they're just looking to clean this up too. Just trying to spam through the smoke, maybe hoping that they're going to find a few connections. They did find a couple though, are also able to get the confirmation through on the challenge. And now Chronix will fall down as well, just able to run over another man. And now it's all down to Trey, the final glimmer of hope alive. And Trey's able to fight back. Okay, hold on. This might just turn against the players. And Nova, the tables might just be flipped here, but Polar Ace, the damage is already being done. QZZ is going to be the man left to clutch it out. I mean, QZZ is another one of those players that I'm not really going to be doubting it when it comes to clutching this one out. It's a one-on-one situation. If Polar Ace does go for the res though, then that means the trouble will just start stacking on top of the players of Nova. QZZ just moving on in. Polar Ace 2 players up. He was barely able to get the rest back up, but the players are still quite hurt.
Aid. He gets off the first aid, so it's an even match. 80 HP versus 80 HP. Trey's got that level 3 vest, though, both with the UMP. The side jiggles left and right, though. QZZ. This man is just... he's just better. He's just better. That's why you lost that. He's just better than you. That's all I gotta say. Because QZZ, he's one of the top players in this entire lobby for the entirety of PMPL, and we just saw the skill difference right there. Boring Protocol getting themselves engaged into another fight this time around with WallStreetBets.
QZZ just outclassed him. That's all I can say. Just played that so well too. The man from the side of Polar Ace was able to get the first aid off, but again, that just did not help him. QZZ with just some raw mechanics able to shut both those players down easily, and also was able to get the cleanup. Nova, though, unfortunately, they're just down to a 2-man squad. They did take quite an early hit, and that's something Nova weren't looking for, but it's okay. Nova, they're chilling in the overall ranking so far. They're in the 2nd spot. Unless if they do want to go for the first one, then this is not a great start. But the next circle is going to shift down South Zoo, and this is an interesting one.
Yep, we're going to get a Southern Island finish. Where to go? Who knows? Boring Protocol gets that reset. They're back reset to full, and I think they took down 2 members of WallStreetBets too, so Boring Protocol, they're on an absolute rampage right now, taking down one team after another, and I'm pretty sure they're going to try and hunt down the last 2 members of WallStreetBets. Yeah, we see some vehicles being used to bait out some shots and scout out some players. Carnage gets knocked, but I think that should be fine. They have the positions now of WallStreetBets, and that's what they were looking to do.
Bob. One of the players from Bop's already been taken out, as you said. The opening's already been found. Another player might just follow it up. He's taken down so low. WallStreetBets, they're trying to play against the odds here, even though they don't really have the best cover to play with. Now the trades are happening back and forth, and, well, blink it and you miss it. Bop, they're just going to eliminate out the players of WallStreetBets.
That is 8 elims already for Boring Protocol. Span and I talked about this the other day. Imagine if elimination points were worth 2 points each in the first 2 zones, you know, to promote some more early action. If that was the case, Boring Protocol would have 16 points already. It would change the dynamic of how the game is played so drastically.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, that's crazy to think about. And it also makes Sanhok even more of a wild card map, right? We already say Sanhok, who knows what's going to happen on this map. Each time, it's like it gives a chance for any team to come out on top. But if you want to throw in like the early aggression that naturally happens on Sanhok and reward it more with 2 points per elim, man, my brain is just salivating at the thought of it. But who knows? Maybe we'll see that change next year, 2 years, or maybe it won't happen. But either way, Sanhok action, it's always a treat to watch.
Oh, it is. Especially if you are going to be seeing that early aggression too, then, man, I'm just up for it. Before now, again, you talk about the slot zones, and this is one of those where every single team now will just try and situate themselves inside the zone and find that sweet tuning spot. So we're probably not going to be seeing a lot of fights because, again, the circle's quite big. Teams that are not going to have that much of a trouble to try and make it in, unless if K19, they just keep on straight up breaching in towards the direction of Boring Protocol. Then Boring Protocol will be able to just hold them off at bay. But Knights here, currently controlling the hilltop too. A great positioning inside the circle, right in the smack center. It's going to be tough to rule out the players of Knights, so I would call them the king of the hill right now.
Definitely so. Knights playing very quiet. We usually see Knights be a little bit more proactive, but deciding to lay a trap this time around. Dope coming in from that southeastern side, stopping every now and then, do some proper scouting. You can never be too careful, even if you are coming in on the edge of the circle.
Yeah.
Seems like the rest of the team of Vamp doing a split med strat looting right now. They're all spread out in the blue zone on that southeastern side, and we're gonna head into the next circle shift. Necro, yeah. This one will give us a much better idea of where it's taking us.
I don't know if you noticed, but the hit list got wiped out by the players of Vamp. And I mean, this has been the course since the last two Sanhok game, and now they will need to find a different way or a different drop spot. There are a couple of drop spots that are left uncontested. If they want to go for them, they can. But again, they'll need to do a little bit of research on how to rotate out of those spots and stuff like that, and they don't really have a lot of days to do so or to pull that off. They just have another day tomorrow. And the hit list already getting ruled out from this game with 0 points. I would say at this point, you might as well just call it next to impossible for them to even qualify.
Yeah. Circle will be seeing a very southern circle ending. Now, this area of the map is kind of split into two huge dynamics, right? North of the Knights, that road right there, you have that one hilltop. That's pretty familiar, but everything south of that, it's split between that giant hill that Lazarus is currently holding that stretches for, I would say, like a good 30% of the zone. And that's going to cut the map in half from east to west pretty much on the southern side. And yeah, you see that hilltop right now. Knights on the northern side on that road at the compound, and then the rest of it just stretches way far up onto the high ground.
I mean, talk about the Lazarus, man. They're going to be fueling themselves back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. And what was this? K19, all right, interesting. He just did a wheelie. Okay, never seen one of those, but I'm going to hold on to my words because it's Vamp against the players of K19 this time. K19, they need all sorts of points, and Stess still able to win that duel somehow. And Vamp, just a man, got 2 separated out from the rest of the pack, and now he will be punished as well. The separation from Vamp sometimes is a little too much, and they're just so oblivious because they don't have any teammates around that spot to just give them any info.
Yeah, oh, the third party, though, from HQA. Russell is knocked. HQA, a very aggressive team sometimes. Currently, they're on the off edge of the zone. So that might actually prompt them to get a little bit closer to want to take this fight. But this area of the map, so many different angles. I don't think HQA can freely commit to this fight without being a little bit more paranoid of potential teams third-partying this. So I think they're going to hold this down, maybe peek in and out a little bit, but they should reset and not commit to it.
And there we go, Vamp 2. Another player just gets knocked out. It's wins against the players of Boring Protocol. As I said, Boring Protocol, they're just trying to be the cleanup crew here. They're making sure they're holding as many teams off at bay, and they're not going to let these teams just pass through inside. But Vamp still, 2 of the players have already made it on the safer side. But does Boring Protocol realize that? If they do, I'm pretty sure they will just straight up ram their vehicles on that compound. They're also tanking a decent amount of damage from the Wall of Death, though. But it's okay. I'm pretty sure at this point they have enough amount of mess to patch himself up. Spec right here also needs to make it in. He's also catching a lot of bullets. Okay, scratch that. That's not him. But we do have the players of Boring Protocol. There we go. There we'll get the confirmation onto Mayo. As I said, 2 of the players from Vamp, they're already on the safer side, but it's HQA peppering down some bullets now.
Oh my gosh, Boring Protocol 10 eliminations. This team is just wrecking everyone in their paths. And with that circle shift, they're just going to put them in a trajectory into quite a few more teams. I don't think Boring Protocol is going to make this one. This circle shift is just a little bit too deadly, and they have too long of a ways to go. But they've already secured a good amount of points as far as Sanhok is concerned. I think 8 points on Sanhok is solid, and they've already gotten 10 through eliminations alone.
Yeah. And even, they also have a lot of meds, so if one of the players does want to go for a med strat, they can. So I don't feel like Bop, they're in a bad spot here. Benny is trying to make sure he's not really making a lot of sound. If he does, then Bop will realize, and that can be an 11th placement or elimination point added in their accounts. Benny now is just trying to bunny hop his way out of that river, as we do have the players tonight slowly and steadily moving on in. Do have the little bit of smoke pathway created. K19 Valak 2 against the players of Dope. Both these teams, man, currently on the receiving end. Dope, they also need to make it inside the zone, including the players of K19. And Bob, they're slowly and steadily approaching these teams, and this is where K19, they'll start to sweat.
Ooh, HQA getting really close to Lazarus here.
Ooh.
One of Lazarus' players are already down, so I think HQA is somewhat aware. No, he's going to run straight into a trap. HQA had no idea, and they'll sacrifice that player to find out the info. But now it's set to a 3v3 situation. Grenades raining in, and oh, the Knights over the top of the hill looking to get some third-party shots, and both of these teams got to be careful as far as stepping outside of the buildings is concerned.
Yeah, nice. They're just trying to chip some damage away here. Lazarus too, all three players just isolated inside this building. They cannot really move out, because if they do, then it's Knights who are going to try to take them out the game. But oh no, HQA, the push is way too desperate, and this time Lazarus will be on the safer side. They're able to rule out the players of HQA. Oh, Knights.
Yeah, they're on the safe side from HQA, but the Knights are coming in to third party this. And yeah, the Chosen third partying from distance right now too. Coops goes down, but quickly traded by Tensa. The cover fire going very well right there. Fierce, the last one up for the Lazarus team. Tensa throws a beautiful nade in, but Fierce has already backed up to a separate building. Fierce just doing what he can to stay alive, and the circle has shifted on top of both of these teams. So Fierce could just hide somewhere. He could get a lot more placement points because there's still 10 teams left in the game.
And there we go. Lazarus, I mean, Fierce is just trying to move away. And Knights currently, the next circle too is going to be right on top of them, and they also have the hard cover to play with. Man, Zute, talk about the luck on your side, and Knights, I mean, they're one of the worst teams you can ever gift the zone to, because they're just on an absolute wreck. They're looking to take out the entire lobby from this game, and you're also going to be gifting them this circle too, with the high ground already to play with, and some of the best covers possibly they can ask for. But I'm going to hold on to my words for now, because it's the players of Lazarus, and there we go. Fierce was the last man alive, but not anymore.
So cleanly done by the Knights team right there with that two-man push. Boring Protocol still on an absolute tear. That's another one down for the count. Boring Protocol up to 12 elimination now, about to make that 13 as SamL jumping up and down, getting shot in the back by another team. It is going to be BTOWN taking some shots, and Fishy, he's going to be like, oh, I'll take that one for myself. And passing off some first aid. Spec snaking his way in. If anybody could take down some members of the Knights, it would be Spec. But he is coming in from the blue zone. He's going to start taking some damage here. And Xenox might just spot him out there, right there on the right edge of your smoke. Xenox, the next smoke comes up and he won't see him. Spec, somehow, of course, Spec is gonna cause trouble whenever he wants to. He gets knocked. Can he get the confirmation? But Chico gets knocked in the backside by XSET. This is starting to all fall apart for the Knights team potentially.
Well, I think so. I just cursed him. I said Knights, I mean, they just got gifted by the zone. Everything was going in their favor, and now Knights, they're just down 2 men. Chico, too, was quite separated out, and he got taken out by the players of XSET. And now Spec, as you said, looking to cause some more trouble. BTOWN going to be there, though. So BTOWN has to be the biggest threat that Bob currently would be facing. But Knights, they're also trying to get the fallen man back up, and it shouldn't really be that difficult. As the Chosen approaching now the players of BTOWN. BTOWN, another team that really needs these points really desperately. And the Chosen, they're just trying to hold them off at bay.
BTOWN Jimmy running in from the blue does get taken down. TC doing the best they can. They know they can't make it into the zone anymore, so they're going to commit to this fight, and Godjet gets that finish right there.
Oh, no.
It's good for him. Godfan might be able to get in the zone still, and the Knights down to 3 players. Chico taken out. He was in charge of the flank position, but XSET managed to pierce on in, and now XSET has the high ground, and it puts the Knights in a very disadvantaged position. It looks like this will be XSET's game. Looking like XSET's finally coming back around to reclaim their throne. Yeah, should be.
This should be XSET's game, but still, Knights, they're up with 3 players, and we've seen what sort of situations they're able to pull back from. So, oh boy, we can never say that. Okay, if this team's supposed to take it, if Knights they're just alive with Coops and Xenox themselves. So kill switch right here, and it's Coops, Xenox, and Tensa. I mean, the deadly trio.
Yeah. But this is XSET, okay? If this was, let's say, 4 bros like we saw the other day, like 3v4, 2v4, yeah, okay, I could believe it. But this is XSET, all right? Like, I know they're hot and cold, but
Knight's got
it's still XSET. Okay, I definitely gotta give this one over to XSET. Like, obviously the clear advantages are there, plus it's XSET.
There is.
You know, if it's 4 bros or another team, I might go with the Knights, but yeah, they are getting rained on by nades. Look at that. All down to like 40, 50, 60 HP, and XSET's got more nades raining in. Immediately though, the Knights are spacing out, so mitigating the damage of those nades.
I mean, again, I like to place my bets against the odds. That's just sort of a person I am. And look at now, Valak just trying to spam through the smoke, hoping that maybe he will potentially find a connection. But unfortunately, it's just way too far away. There we go. The first string of Knights falls down. And it's going to be instantly confirmed too. The thirst is there from the side of XSET. XSET now as well, they're starting to snake it. They do realize Knights, they're trying to be as sneaky as possible. But Knights as well, they're keeping their safe distance, but they need to make it inside the zone. Polichi's just throwing everything he has, including the pan too.
Yeah, throw everything in the kitchen right there. Xenox with a very quick, nice peek, gets J-Way down more than Xenox gets tagged up. But J-Way will go back in the smoke. Oh, the smoke is fading though. Kill switch on a solo push. This could go out terribly. Oh, that is definitely some overstepping. Now it's a 2v3.
Yeah, talk about inting, and that's one of the prime examples of that. He might just have thrown away the game. If another man of XSET goes down, and if Knights, they're able to find a nice entry or the opening, that's all Knights will need to try and make it in. That will be enough amount of damage just dealt, but Koi for the back! He might just potentially spoil the game! And Koi, though, he will be taken out by the play zone because, of course, play zone at this point in time is going to deal some insane amount of damage, but it's okay. XSET, they also had the high ground to play with. Also, a lot of utilities were raining down, and yeah, just better visual in the end, and also had a man advantage in the end. So, Knights, a valiant effort, but the consistency that Knights is having currently, on even though they're currently on the top of the board, it's insane. They've probably... Yeah, they already had like 500 points in the previous overall ranking. I don't know how much they have now.
Yeah, definitely a lot more, but XSET's going to take that chicken dinner to the bank. Really good game by XSET. Kill switch on that solo push. I just want to say, Kill switch, that's a name you don't say lightly. But he ran up on Xenox, and I think it's fair to say Xenox right now is on a bit of a higher level. We've seen Xenox do some crazy 1v4s. He's got that under his belt. And, oh, Carnage coming in for Boring Protocol. 5 eliminations. We saw Boring Protocol just absolutely mad tear their way through that Sanhok game, picking up so many eliminations. Spec in here with 611 damage as well. Boring Protocol, they definitely did not get the zones in their favor. It shifted so far away from them, but they made great use of their fighting. And hey, it's Sanhok. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, the zone just hard shifted away from Boring Protocol. And at that point, I would just say, oh, nice showing from their side. Boring Protocol, too, as you said, they were just on an absolute tear. If they were even graced by the zone a bit, that could have been more than enough that Boring Protocol would have been looking for. Hey, it seems like that's going to be it from us after that nice Sanhok game. Let's find out what the analyst desk has to say after the short break.
PUBG Mobile is a comprehensive game with many different mechanics and unique aspects of gameplay. The different training modes are perfect to focus on each individual aspect and sharpen your skills. The most popular gameplay modes are Arena Training and TDM that pits players in a 4 vs 4 gunfight on a small map. These modes serve as a close-range training to sharpen your gun skills and build your reflexes. To improve on-point ADSing and recoil control, players can try out the War mode, which launches you in a fairly large space on Erangel map against 19 other enemies. Here, you can improve your AR and SMG sprays as well as train yourself for bolt action mastery. Sniper training under the arcade section is also a must-try. Your sniping skills are put to test here, when both you and your opponent are trying to one-tap each other. You can also try quick matches in arcade mode, which basically is a mini battle royale. Everything that you have learned, you can put to the test in its 8-minute matches. PUBG Mobile is not all about grinding and competition, but also about enjoying and having fun and exploring the game. No matter if you're a heavy grinder or a casual explorer, there's a place for everyone in PUBG Mobile. Tell us which mode is your favorite and why in the comments below.
Sanhok is in the books. That is how it goes, everybody. Let's, of course, give a big thank you to Monster Energy, of course, our official energy drink partner. Let's go ahead and get 7. Let's get Glitter back up in here. Man, that was a solid Sanhok bop. Even though they were out in 5th place, put in some work on that one, 7.
Some work indeed. 14 elims. And as you mentioned it, they went out in 5th place. I wish they would have went out in 1st place, because maybe I'm still looking for that elusive 20 elim match from at least some team, please. I want to see it. But nonetheless, yo, XSET still putting up a good performance here. 23 points for them. Knights, 15 points. Nova as well. I was talking about how I wanted Nova to start performing a lot better here in Sanhok, since we saw some of their stats earlier today in regards to how they're playing in Erangel and Miramar. Well, guess what? 14? It's not bad. And then K19, 10 points. Dope Esports increasing some gap as well. I know you're going to be happy about that one, Glitter. Dope, 8? You got to be happy. It's 7 elims, too.
That's why I'm happy, is because most of that is from 7 elims. Now, it wasn't the smoothest road to get to those 7 elims. There were a couple bumps along the way, but the fact that they've picked up their aggression is huge for Dope, especially just in maintaining themselves now in the top 16 spot that they have managed to secure for now. Meanwhile, BTOWN struggling a little bit. Hitlist back at the goose egg status. You hate to see that, because this is just getting to a point where day number 3 is going to be very, very scary for them. K19 has now passed them, is continuing to do better than them game by game, and that's just another team that they have to leapfrog in order to get safe in that top 16, 7.
You know what it is? I must say this. Earlier I was saying I was the curse of the hit list and all this stuff, and you know what really happened? I got clickbaited. That's exactly what happened. I was thinking about this, man. I was like, I didn't choose the hit list yesterday because of how bad they performed on that last day of league play, where they only ended up, I think, getting just 3 or 4 points. I can't remember. And then after yesterday, I feel like I just got super clickbaited. They ended up having like a 40-point match, and I was like, okay, you know what? I gotta support Span. I gotta get behind her on this. And then all of a sudden, the hit list is just hitting them zeros like there's no tomorrow. Hot Jukes, I got clickbaited, bro.
Span getting thrown under the bus right there. I mean,
what? No,
I'm gonna say this right now, 7. Okay. You know what? I think it wasn't that. I think is that you believed in the blessing a little too much. You know? I think that's what it was. You were on a hot streak when it came to blessings, and you say, you know what? I'm gonna give it to the they need it, and just didn't happen today, man. It just didn't happen.
But remember, the blessing works when I called them out. I was supporting this team.
Well, hopefully you get. I mean, well, I think it's about time, huh? 7? Maybe give them the call out now. 1 match left.
Not yet. Not yet. I'm going to hold on to it. I'm going to hold on to it.
Oh, brutal.
Right before the match starts.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it.
You know what?
What do you think?
At least Dope, who I said was going to do well on Sanhok, did well on Sanhok. Maybe I've stolen it back. I've stolen the juju back, and I would be okay with that. Okay, and you know what's actually even more impressive? I'm looking at these. I thought the number for Boring Protocol was going to be a lot higher, but they managed to get the 14 elims at the 2K damage mark, and that's pretty impressive. And then honestly, yes, XSET, you did great, but I'm jumping straight past XSET. Back on Dope, 1K damage, 7 elims. I don't know if they were asleep for the first half of the day or what was going on, but this is what they needed to do a long time ago. So it's nice to see them trying to at least start that up now. And then, of course, we've got some of our usual suspects at least making an appearance here. Knights, Lazarus, Nova. The fact that, and then, you know, once again, I've said this a couple times about Polar Ace, they're quietly consistent. We're seeing them up there all the time.
Wait, didn't we need to see... I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure. I know there's 1 point away from execute. And I was like, I just saw a couple of goose eggs there on that leaderboards. So I was like, you know, started thinking up a little bit here, you know. But when it comes to, you know, the hit list, when it comes to those squads, they just... One match left. Can they do it? Now, our defending champions, XSET. Finally, good pop-off performance here. We love to see that from them. You know, we've been talking a lot about Knights. We've been talking a lot about Nova. It's good to see XSET kind of just say, hey, we're here too. Ain't that right, Seven?
Yes, it is. But this is the thing with XSET. You can see the pop-off performance there on the last match. They ended up with 10 Illims. And then this past match, they ended up with 8. But then in between, you have a 1, a 3, and a 2. And I'm sorry to say this, but that kind of stuff is just not going to cut it once we go to the finals. If you wanted to be the back-to-back NA champions exit, the placement points, though, 12, 1, 1, 8, and then 15 with this chicken dinner again. I don't know. There's just not enough consistency here from exit that I'm willing to like get fully behind the team, right? If you look at that kind of roller coaster, I want to see more of a straight line. We saw some of the stats. I think it was yesterday between Nova and Knights, and Nova was one of those teams that was able to maintain that straight line. It didn't go too crazy for me. Hopefully Exit can figure that out before we get to the finals. Please figure it out.
All I'm going to say is I better not get baited in the finals, okay? All these consistent teams better do good in the finals. And I'm talking to you, Knights, right? Don't get my hopes up. I mean, because they couldn't be any higher right now. With the way these guys have been performing lately, they have just been literally making it look like it's practically a scrim, right? I mean, they've got the tech downloaded. It's been fully installed. I mean, Seven, come on.
You know who hasn't gotten the tech downloaded? My boy Chico. He only has 2 Illims and 878. I'm sorry, but I got to. Look at Coops.
There's none left. There's none left.
Coops is insane. 2,400 damage. Are you kidding me? 18 Illims. Xenox, 8 Illims, 1,600 damage. I mean, yeah, let's take a closer look at this. This man is out of the world. I mean, and what's crazier to me, too, right now, is the way he's stealing those Illims. I can't remember if he actually used to do this a lot in the past, but this is the most it has stand out for me. 18 Illims out of 11 knocks. I think that's really, really impressive. And to talk about Chico, I mean, yes, 2 Illims with the damage he was able to output. He could be more of a support player right now. But listen, we said we were going to put these teams in a different category. We said we were going to start nitpicking here and there. And that's where I'm at now. Yes, those performances are great if they're in a different squad. But you are Knights. You are one of our best hopes of NA. Okay, that's where we have you at right now. And I want to see everybody just popping off on that team.
All right. Let's see those numbers. But speaking of pop-off, I mean, how could we not talk about Boring Protocol, right? I mean, they ended up in 2nd place in total points, and they went out in 5th in that last one. That just goes to show, I mean, they were absolutely slaying on this one, Glitter.
Yeah, and we wanted to kind of take a look here to see exactly where that was falling. Yeah, that slayage. And yes, Spec just barely sneaks a little bit past Carnage. 2 points out. I'm not even going to count it. Carnage, you are the MVP of this match, okay? 609 damage, 5 elims, 4 knockouts, almost perfect conversion. But look at how much work everybody else is putting in. Spec, 3 for 3. Acer, 3 for 3. Even Sam L with the 3 and 2. I mean, this could not be any more of a team effort, but I do love that we see Carnage up there at the very tippy top of everything, because there have been times in the past where we've called him out for a little bit slacking here and there in comparison to the insane performances we've seen out of Spec and now Acer and Sam L. And this time around, he's counting all the times we were wrong right now, guys, because he just showed us.
Oh, we've been waiting for it, right? We've been waiting for this. You know what? I'm going to say it. Spec, your reign is over. It is Carnage's time to shine now, baby. I'm just kidding. You know, but part of I was always wanted to see my man, the 1 HP legend, back on top. Let's go, Carnage. That's what we want to see, all right? Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall leaderboards and how much Bop got raised because of Carnage's amazing performance. Not on the first page.
Yeah, first page, it's the same. Okay, this is not where the action's happening anymore unless you want to keep track of how phenomenal Knights are doing. But this is where Execute's out! They're done! Execute is 100% out. They are out of the top 16. BTOWN has officially snuck in above them. So, Dope has a little bit of padding. Now you can see they do have a little bit of extra points above BTOWN. But now, K19, Hitlist. Look how close K19 actually is to HV. That's the next milestone. 3 points. Okay, last match, boys. Get 3 points. You jump above HTV, get yourself into 18th place. Then you can focus on grinding away tomorrow on the following points, and you'll be good to go. This is going to be close. Especially if BTOWN doesn't perform on the third day, 7.
Yeah, which right now is honestly looking like that's the case. I know you were saying HTV, that's the name, milestone, execute. I'm actually going to jump up all the way to BTOWN for K19. They're only 30 points away from matching them. And, I mean, we have seen some teams, we haven't seen K19 yet get to that mark.
You want the 30-point chicken dinner.
If they wanted to, right now is the time for K19 to do something like that. They have to take advantage that BTOWN Esports is currently not performing to the likes of what we expect them to, because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know what kind of BTOWN we're going to be getting tomorrow. By the way, Hajix, I wanted to put you on the spot earlier.
Here to me.
Carnage is currently out fragging for the day. Chico from Knights.
Yes. Okay. Well, all right. Well, see, you know what? I think it's a Chico buff. I think it's what it is, right? Chico is inspiring the rest of the squad. Let's go ahead and get the next match started. Thank you so much. Glitter, thank you so much. 7. Let's go ahead and get the last match of the day. And I'm going to take it one more further. K19 needs it. Because at this point, the last 2 squads, all they have to do tomorrow is just outbeat them or even match their points. So K19 has to go nuts. Sute, are we going to see it? That's my question to you guys. Good luck on the last match.
I want to see it because it'd be amazing. It'd be great. But will we see it? Just probably not. It's probably not going to happen.
I mean, let's be on the realistic sides here. The chances are pretty low because the way K19 they're able to perform in the entire lobby. I mean, we do see that currently the Beast, even teams like Boring Protocol now, they're able to activate themselves in the lobby. So I don't know, man. Like all the top teams, they're just on an absolute tear, and they're just out for blood. And now being K19, being in their shoes, I feel like, especially when some of the top teams they're out there just completely, just pushing against the teams. I feel like K19, they're also gonna face a lot of nerves inside this game.
Definitely so. And I like that you mentioned, like, even teams like Boring Protocol are starting to activate. Yeah, there's a lot of teams that could play a lot better than they are that haven't really picked it up yet until just this Super Weekend. Because, they're heading into the finals. They're starting to gear up for it. And that makes it even harder for teams like K19, right? Teams that just made it to this very first Super Weekend as the very first time to try and, like, get some of those points for themselves. Like last game on Sanhok, you saw Boring Protocol. They soaked up so many points by just simply eliminating team after team after team. So yeah, with this being the last match and only, we got another day coming up, yeah, it's looking really dire. It's probably not going to happen as much as I would love to see something like that happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I said, right? Currently, teams that do know they're going to be on the safer side of things, they're just straight up out for blood. I mean, it makes sense too, right? You might as well just try and go off with the entire bang because currently we are in this day 2, and this is going to be the last game. After this day, we're going to be moving on to the day 3, which is going to be the final day. And I feel like to push and to try and make some pushes happen, to even try and contest that top 16 right on the final day, man, it's some of the most toughest call possible because we know in the final day we might as well see some targetings.
Yeah, the final day will be really fun to watch. I feel like we might not see as much targeting as we might expect, because, you know, it is the final day. But then again, a lot of these teams have a bigger goal in mind, which is like the finals. Maybe they want to prep some stuff, you know, in particular, you know, just get some more practice in instead of, you know, just targeting a single team. But that's not to say it won't happen. So we'll see when the time comes around. But the first circle coming up on the screen right here, a very western circle. We saw yesterday, though, got some few northern hardships, which ended up, you know, having a very crazy game favoring the Knights, so that could still happen in a zone like this too.
I mean, yeah, Knights, they're currently in Yasna Poliana, so they will have a longer rotation to try and make it in. I do want to see, though, are they going to go for a southern rotation or a northern rotation? The circle is heavily tilted down south, though, so Knights should probably go for a southern one, but then again, teams like Nova, they're currently right on the edge of the zone too, so there might be a chance that they might just try to hold some teams off at bay and just try to camp the edge lines of the zone. XSET also having some nice showing for themselves. As I said, teams that are currently on the safer side, they're just showing themselves up on the day 2 here. And XSET too, they're able to pop off, they're able to do good. Lazarus too, they're able to just nail those chicken dinners back to back. And this in itself just shows how tough the lobby has gone in the week 3.
Oh yeah, definitely. I gotta agree on that one. Taking a look at the mini-map right now. One thing that I'm starting to notice with how particularly the K19 team plays is like they always play in from the edges of, you know, all the maps pretty much. And I know this is the last game for today, but with another day coming up, if it's not working, then I feel like they need to change some things up. Like, I don't mind them dropping from the edge, but typically when they do like their edge, you know, strategy, it's definitely more on the passive side. They don't take like a super decisive fight for a certain position going into zone 3 or 4. You know, like that's what the Knights typically do, right? Knights play from the edge on some maps like Erangel, and they'll take that decisive fight. We see them, you know, get into these engagements from time to a point where like teams don't even stay in that area anymore because they know the Knights' favorite. Now, I want to see K19, depending on how this game goes, implement something different for the next day.
I mean, it's like at this point, even if Knights do start off at the edge, and Knights, they would be happy to start off at the edge, but because that means they would just have to tear through the entire lobby and just be the cleanup crew while they're trying to make it in. Because Knights, we talk about calculated aggression, that does not exist in Knights' book. They just straight up aggress onto a team if they find the opening, at least right now in the week 3, that's what we're seeing. They will just straight up just push with the vehicles and they'll try to take it down. On the other hand, though, we talk about a team like K19, them too. They don't really like to be aggressive. First, they like to go for the placement inside the zone, play the game much more maturely because they do realize right now they just have a lot of burden on the shoulders.
Looking at the map, Boring Protocol's starting to make their rotation. At least one of the players is doing some forward scouting. The rest of the team still looting up in the Pachinki area. This Pachinki area actually does have some pretty nice loot, it seems. Got level 2 Dow, UMP, 3 first aids.
HQA just lost 2 players.
Yeah, 19E and WallStreetBets, they picked 1 point up each from them. That was off drop. Off drop.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah. I missed it. Definitely missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for now, we're just not really seeing any action in the game so far. It's just teams now they're going to try to rotate in, even including teams like Bop that dropped into Pachinki area. They'll try to just center up a bit more. Mezexis, they haven't still moved from the Sasnoka military base. And I like this little improvisation, you know, from the side of Mezexis. Mezexis know now that the Panthers aren't really playing inside this super weekend, so they know military base is up for grabs, so they don't really need to extend all the way towards Nova Reply and waste their time. Instead, just drop in military base. And this is what something teams like K19 can try and pull off, right? As K19 knew that the Panthers aren't really in here, they can also go for the military base drop and just try and wrap up some more points.
Dope team near the center of the zone, taking some shots at a couple of teams rotating nearby. We have BTOWN rotating close by, and then the Nova team doing their usual split also with one of their players close by, but it's actually TC getting into engagement with 19E. This is actually 19 Esports crashing up on top of TC doing a 2-2 split. Split definitely not working out. Godfan, last one up for this side of the split, and he gets taken down quite quickly. That gas can, I'll be a little bit careful of that right there. But yeah, TC down to 2.
Man, I cannot. What's that Vico right there?
That's a nice parking job right there.
Yeah, that's actually one of the most like rarest parkings I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, it's actually hanging on in the back wheels. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
That car is shiny.
Yeah, it is.
Can we go back to that?
Please?
Yeah, that was actually quite a view.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, the way the sunlight gleamed off it from that angle. It's like who needs to put a car in a nice fancy garage when you could just hang it on the side of your house like that, right? Like it's even
like
more.
a photo frame.
Yeah, and you show off that car even more. Don't hide it in a garage. Hang it on the side of the house. But we have a lot of teams, by the way, Necro, rotating very center of this circle, more than usual. I know the viewers can't see it, but the map will be shown very soon when we head into the next circle shift. But yeah, there's a lot of teams in the center area of this map.
Yeah, this is kind of surprising, though. Yeah, that's great that you pointed out. We haven't really seen these many teams just straight up accumulating in the center of the zone, but in the final game, that's what we're finding out. Every single team right now has centered up, and they just want to play for the placement. They want to play it as safe as possible. They want to end things on a great note, and talk about ending things on a great note. We have the hit list in front of us. One of those teams that has to be currently on the receiving end, and now XSET, they're going to be all sort of aggression against him, and now they're also able to find the opening against the players of Hitlist. Iconic 2 will go down. This is not the start that Hitlist are looking out for. 2 of the players already knocked out. One of the players should be confirmed without any trouble. Killswitch will be able to wrap it up, and there we go. Now the Hitlist, they're getting charged on in. Sina is not going to be able to stand up for himself. It's all down to the final man alive. Tachi trying to turn things around, but he's not going to be able to. As XSET, they're going to rule the Hitlist out, and this is what exactly said. Teams like XSET, Boring Protocol, teams that are currently on the safer side, they won't care anything about it in the world. They would just straight up rush against you.
And that right there, you saw a clear example of the Hitlist just being outclassed. That was a 4v4, but at no moment in the fight did it look like the Hitlist knew what was happening, how to adjust, or what to do. We saw that one player just he saw like 3 cars driving around. He didn't know what to do. Started panicking, shooting at some vehicles driving around, and there was a player just set up that got free shots onto him, and he fell down like without contributing much at all. And it's just the clear division and skill level between these teams just exaggerated right there. And the circle shift, by the way, very hard to the north. That river constantly kept in play. We might see the same thing we saw yesterday, where it might just keep going on north.
And analysts just talk about this too, right? BTOWN, they really needs to end this game on a good note too. So already we do see one of the casualties on their side. Bolty is now straight up trying to back off from this one, as Brar's going for the res on the fallen man, and he will be able to do so. BTOWN currently fighting an uphill battle, while the rest 2 players are all the way in the back, but are they going to be able to provide the cover fire? That's what I want to find out, because Brar is one of the star players, and if BTOWN does lose out on Brar, then that's going to be a big hit that they do not really want to take onto themselves. Dope too, currently just trying to avoid all sorts of eyes, but this time the circle is going to take a little bit of northern shift. That means the Big Boy Mountain now is going to be really contested, and Bop, they're not going to be able to take the control of Big Boy Mountain this time.
BTOWN rotating in here. On the southwestern side, they're disengaging from that fight with 19E, obviously. They do not want to take that fight. And here's the replay of when 19 Esports ran up or drove up right upon a TC, and yeah, beautiful parking job once again. Yeah, absolutely love it.
Yeah, can we give them some extra points in the overall?
Plus 5 points for parking job.
Yeah, like honestly, there should be something like that.
Oh, I never asked you this, Necro. Which of the Lamborghini skins do you like the best? So we got that green one right there you see on your screen, the one we saw earlier, the white one, the black and gold one, and then there's that Galaxy one, right? Like, which one do you like the best?
I would say Galaxy one, without a doubt.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I
would.
would.
You think so? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree.
I would say black and gold too is pretty good though. I would say black and gold is pretty good.
That would be my second pick, Necro. I was just gonna say, if it's not the Galaxy, it'd be the black. Hey, it matches my branding. my branding, my logo, black and gold right there. But yeah, Galaxy one is like, I like the details on it. I would have to say the ugliest one is the green one though. So I'm sorry if that's
Dude,
your car
oh my god,
kindness.
no, I don't like the green Lamborghini ever. Like, I've seen like, you know, these YouTubers and stuff trying to flex their Lamborghinis and they have like the green color on it. I'm like, bro, that looks ugly. Like I do understand it's a Lambo, but still I'm like, nah, that doesn't look that cool.
I wouldn't mind like a bright lime green one though, you know, like, but the green one in this game is like a bit darker, so it just kind of looks more like, ugh. Yeah, well, anyways, I digress. Anyhow, oh my god, you're kidding me.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh boy, Vamp though. Okay, this is an opportunity of windows just open for the players of Vamp.
And K19.
Good spot.
Yeah, this is a huge one for K19.
Okay, call it. Which team's gonna win this one? Call it, Zoo, right now. Place your bets.
Knights.
You cursed him.
I mean, they're rotating on screen right now. Polar Ace evacuated that cube compound. Even as strong as that cube compound is, Polar Ace does not want to catch the smoke right now because there's going to be so many teams gunning towards that area. So that actually gives this compound that the Knights are so good at playing right over to them.
Oh yeah, it does. And now Knights, they're going to be quite settled, at least for now.
Yeah.
But if
the circle's going to shift back down to the south.
You think
It's going to shift back to this. Yeah, because it shifted hard north 2 times in a row now. That just means it's going to shift back to the south, give the zone to the Knights. Knights playing from a strong position. They know how to play this position. They're going to win the game. There you go.
Let's go. I'm not going to lie. With the amount of like these stunt replays we've seen, just give them extra points. Like if they're able to pull something like that off, just extra points on the overall rankings, you know?
Surprisingly, every team has somehow, well, not every team, they're still making their way up there, but not too much engagements. A lot of teams, even with that hard shift, is navigating this shift pretty safely in terms of scouting responsibly, so they're not just caught in a straight up fight.
What is he doing?
24K. I mean, hey, when your back wheels are shot out, sometimes you just got to do the moonwalk. He's just moonwalking that buggy back to safety.
Boy. Well, what if he catches a bullet onto his head? Oh no, this is quite funny. There we go. There's your taxi. And now is also gonna drop, make sure the players from WallStreetBets gonna be a little safe for now. Again, the next circle's starting to fill up with a lot of teams, and there's still a couple of teams that still haven't really made it in. For example, teams like Dope and XSET. They will try to find, or at least breach their way through inside the circle, because currently the edge of the circle is just filled with WallStreetBets, Lazarus, and K19. So the edge of the circle is containing a lot of teams here, and they have the potential to make sure they're trying to hold teams off at bay.
It is absolutely insane how with this hard shift, we still have 54 alive. It's not going to be that way.
What if this takes a northern shift?
Another northern shift? I mean, I don't know. The Knights are still going to win. We'll see. We're about to see that circle shift very soon. Boring protocol.
I don't want Knights to win this one now.
Yeah. I mean, the Knights, win or lose, they're going to win overall for this portion. But yeah, there you go. That southern shift, which puts the Knights in a okay spot. I've seen the Knights. I've seen this position out of the Knights and how they play it. This circle, not too much of an issue, but if it goes harder to the north, they have a lot of things out of their line of sight, which would make it harder for the Knights to win. But hold that thought. XSET getting into a fight with WallStreetBets. J-Way already knocked, and the XSET pinned in a pretty bad position now.
Yeah, J-Way is still knocked out. He's trying to make it back to safety. He has the buggy for the cover, but I don't think so the buggy is going to be able to provide that cover. What do you think about this skin, though, about the off the Lamborghini?
Oh, this one's pretty nice. I don't mind that one. I like that one.
Okay. But yeah, look at Mezexis now. Against the players of XSET, 2 of the players already taken out. Now it's all down to the final 2 men up. Killswitch and J7. But again, XSET are one of those teams that doesn't really need all sort of points. Even if they do get ruled out from this one, they will at least try and go for the spoiler. But now we have the players of Mezexis going against the players of WallStreetBets as Nemesis. He clearly just backs off from this fight. Stevo is the only man left in the front lines, but XSET is another threat that's going to be currently in the back lines of Mezexis, and Mezexis, they might just be sandwiched.
Yeah, Mezexis in a decent position though. Even if they're sandwiched, this area does provide some elevation cover. Not much in the form of hard cover, but it does slope around in a way where they could remain out of sight if they needed to. XSET down to 2 for elimination points. J7 chilling in his Lamborghini right there. And Dope joining in on this fight too on the southeastern edge, and Killswitch putting some nice shots in, knocking one of the players, looking for a confirmation, does tag him down to half HP, and he will get the point over.
Oh, now it's an absolute pandemonium. Boring Protocol too, just breaching on in inside the circle, right next to the players of Knight. Mezexis, they're able to take out one of the players of XSET. J7 falls down. Killswitch 2 is on the verge of getting eliminated. Caught a couple of bullets, but it's okay. He's behind the tree now. Has a safe cover to work around with. Dope. 3 players off from them. They're looking to just put XSET out of their misery. Killswitch barely hanging on though. BTOWN as well is another one of those teams that's currently on the receiving end. As WallStreetBets, and look at Stevo, able to inflict pain and hurt on the players of Lazarus. 2 players fall down. Lazarus now, well, blink of an eye, and Lazarus, they're already on the receiving end here. I don't know how they're going to be able to flip things around. WallStreetBets just doing some light work.
Oh, Purge though from inside zone, deep in the zone, trying to put out some suppressive fire, but it looks like 24K will actually go down to a member of Dope. This WallStreetBets team just caught in between a rock and a hard place, and one of that hard places being the blue zone, because they are eating it right now. Purge still taking his shots, trying to eliminate this team. The only thing keeping them up are these smokes for now.
Yeah, but the smokes too, they're soon going to fade away, and I think so soon their lifeline will too fade away with the smokes. As Dope, Menace has been knocked out, that's going to put Dope into a lot of discomfort. I don't know how they're going to be able to get Menace back up, though. They do have little smokes to try and work around with. So, yeah, Menace now will be able to get himself back up. As Knights, they're on the receiving end so far. Xenox trying to fight back in this one, but it's getting a little too tough. And a hard shift again from the circle. This time, it's going to shift down south on the players of Polar Ace, tilted a little bit on the left side.
Ooh, this is a good shift for the Knights.
Yeah.
They do have a way in onto this circle that is not, I'm not going to say easy, but the Knights can make it work for sure. Nova eliminated. K19 on the north side, they have to fight their way into zone now as they don't get the circle anymore. And every team on the eastern side, Mezexis, Dope, they also got to make their way in. Polar Ace has a lot of work cut out for them. It's going to be extremely hard for them to defend their position with so many teams looking to take it over.
K19 will have to go against Vamp to try and make it in. And now Knights, they're just going to wipe out the existence of BTOWN. Knights currently, they're the highest elimination team in the lobby. I mean, they have wrapped up 6 elimination points so far, and that's the only team that has 6 eliminations. WallStreetBets got taken out, though, which had 7, but I'm pretty sure soon Knights, they will be able to surpass WallStreetBets. As Polar Ace, again, currently controlling the prime spot in the zone, also having the high ground to play with. Coop's going to catch a little bullets, and this time it's Polar Ace Channel who's going to take out Coops. Tensa, too, unfortunately, is going to catch a little bit too many bullets. Fishy is just peppering him down. Tensa barely surviving on a sliver of health, and I think Zute has just cursed Knights.
Yeah, Coops won't be able to get revived either because the blue zone is closing in. Yep, Tensa last one up, and there we go. That is the Knights eliminated. I never said this was going to be an easy zone to breach into, but it was doable. Just proved to be a little bit too chaotic right there. K19, they still have a chance at this. Only 3 players are coming in from the northern side. And they do already have the opening onto Vamp. So Vamp is forced to disengage and, ooh, crashing the buggy in, but somehow Benny still manages to, oh, never mind.
Not anymore.
Benny does go down. So K19 secure their position inside the circle.
Oh my god, this might just be K19's game now. If they are able to get rid of Polar Ace in the front, there's going to be no stopping K19 anytime soon. Chivank's going to be there from the side of HQA, all by himself in the front lines. Our K19 realizing that fact though. Valak scouting out the area on the left side. Alucard is just sitting inside the vehicle. Is Valak going to get a little glimmer? He's trying to find out, but that's not going to be the case. Not spotting out the player of 19 Esports is still going to be a little safe, and there we go. Blink of an eye, and you're going to miss it as Remix will take out Alucard from the side 19. 19 Esports getting eliminated on 6th spot. Trey just spraying down the players of Mezexis who are trying to make it downhill.
That DP so deadly.
Oh, another shift on Polar.
Yeah, it's a good shift for both K19 and Polar, I would say. Because in a way, K19 can push up into that zone without fully committing to a fight with Polar Ace. Because I'm imagining Mezexis might give Polar Ace some trouble. But we'll see what Mezexis decides to do here. Remix getting knocked. Mezexis only down to 2. They might not even be able to do much as Valak, he spots out that player. You hear forced to blow up his vehicle, but he needs that vehicle for the next rotation. Looking like he's going to elect to just stay alive for a little bit longer for now, but as soon as the blue zone closes in less than 7 seconds, it's going to look really rough for Mezexis.
Just tapping away Guancho with the Mini 14. Yeah, as you said, this has to look really tough for Mezexis. Remix has been taken out. Now Mezexis manpower too is going to be reduced by quite a lot. Just 2 men to work with. An active Enya here, and now HQH G-Mank's position's compromised too. Unfortunately, G-Mank just wanted to stay under the radar, not really catch any sort of eyes, but he moved away a little bit, gave away a little bit of footsteps, and now K19, they're well aware of what's going on around him. G-Mank still, though, trying to inflict some pain before he goes out. Is he going to be able to? That's what I'll find out. Yes, he is.
Oh, Valak did
takes out Valak. Yeah, he takes out Valak, but that's all he's going to get.
Oh, why didn't... Okay, maybe they didn't know Chi-Wang was there, but they definitely should have taken care of that earlier if they could have, because now with the blue zone closing, puts them under more pressure, having to get that revive onto Valak. Polar Ace taking good care of the Mezexis team. Polar Ace up to 10, almost 10 eliminations inactive. Realizes he can't go much further, and is going to resort to the first aids. But even that won't be enough as the play zone takes him down. Dope still in the game. Fishy could come in huge for the K19 team if Fishy does get a nice third party in. That's Chronix knocked. Good opening by K19.
Oh, that's a great opening, and that's the opening they were looking for, but oh, they cannot really give the trades away because now they're just down to a 2-man squad. Valak will need to do some insane, miraculous play is possible. Guancho 2 goes down, and now it's all down to Valak with the insane magazine capacity of the M249 to try and pull off the impossible.
There we go, the third party.
Fishy might just helping out potentially the players of K19. Nate Stewart being right down, and no, look at this. Blink of an eye, Polar Ace, they're just down to a 2-man squad.
Oh, Fishy gets another one!
Oh my God.
Fishy is single-handedly dismantling the Polar Ace chicken dinner that they thought was theirs. And K19 is getting the revives off of the back of this third party by Fishy. Fishy might just end up winning this fight entirely by himself, and now it's a 3v1. It is over. K19 is winning this match. Fishy, the blessing that K19 needed.
Oh my God, Fishy just saving the day for K19. We talked about this. They really needed a chicken dinner to end the day off, and we just said it's highly unlikely, but it seems like it's not that unlikely if you do have Fishy on your side. And Fishy just unintentionally helping him out here, but Channel was able to clutch it up, and there we go. It's not going to be able to pull off anything else. Polar Ace 2, the last man will fall down, and K19, oh my God, talk about the luckiest win possible. Talk about the stars being aligned, and K19, they pull off a win.
K19 with a chicken. It was not the easiest of chicken, and Fishy definitely came in huge for them, but they still got a long ways to go. This kind of just throws their name just in the bucket to potentially be plucked out for that top 16. By no means are they anywhere, you know, in a safe spot. Taking a look at the round report. Yeah, oh, Fishy, there you go, man. Recognition right there. 4 eliminations. He almost 1v4'd that Polar Ace team by himself.
Yeah. He did. If the wall of death wasn't really onto him, and if he had a little bit more breathing space to move around, I feel like Fishy could have pulled it off without a doubt, because he also had a decent amount of HP to play with against the final man Channel. But yeah, Polar Ace too, a decent showing from them, but the circle just kept on shifting on top of the players of Polar Ace. They were being just graced by them, and Fishy in the end just helping out the players of K19 unintentionally, and K19, they were able to get the reset in. All 3 players were up in the end, and that's how they just won the chicken dinner. Well, I guess we said it was highly unlikely. I think so it was pretty much because of you. You said it was highly unlikely. It's like you went against them, so they won. You went with Knights, so they didn't win.
Yeah, okay. I guess that is true. So everything that I say, opposite happens, which has been what's been happening for the course and entirety of the show. So let's see what the analyst has to say about that as we break down the points of K19 and how much closer are they to that top 16. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Choosing the right grips in PUBG Mobile. There are a total of 6 grips in the game, each with its own pros and cons. Let's start with the vertical grip. As the name suggests, it helps you control the recoil of the gun by reducing its upward kick. We have the angled foregrip for you, which reduces the left-right movement whilst shooting. Then again, it won't be of any help to control the vertical recoil. Thus, players who use gyroscopes to control recoil, they receive significant benefits from it. Now, half grip is the one that functions like an all-rounder by reducing both the vertical and horizontal recoil up to an extent. It doesn't equal a vertical or an angled grip combined, but as the name suggests, it brings down the overall recoil by a small factor. Although the half grip may sound perfect, it also comes with the downside of reducing the overall stability of the gun. Light grip, on the other hand, is the counterpart of half grip, which doesn't help with recoil control, but greatly increases the stability of the gun. It means that light grip lets you be more accurate with your shots when you have already mastered recoil control. Thumb grip is one of the most common grips found on the battleground that helps you aim faster when you tap the ADS button. This is best for SMGs and close quarter fights where you need fast reflexes over accuracy. The grip also reduces the recoil and increases the stability slightly. The last one in today's lesson is the laser grip, which is only helpful for hip firefights. This grip reduces the bullet spread while you move and shoot using the crosshair. It serves as a great attachment for secondary weapons like SMGs, when you need to clutch fights in close range. So, there's a variety of options here to support your playstyle. Pick yours carefully to outskill and outmaneuver your opponents every time.
K19! K19!
K19!
Let's go, baby! Woo! I love to see it at the end, pulling out a must-win chicken dinner. For the last time, of course, I got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners of the PMPL. I'll tell you what, K19 was pouring it up. Monster Energy on deck in their system and putting in that work with that beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner set. Yes. So
you know what this is? The meme squad dance. The meme squad dance. Shout out to Russell. Shout out to K19, baby. They got a win. I asked for 30 points. They got me 21 points. So you know what?
Close.
I'll take it, K19. Polar A is there with 22 points. Mezexis, Dope Esports. Hey, Glitter, Dope Esports there with 15 points. We're definitely going to be happy about that. But show me that second page, okay? We're just going to speed through this because we know what the viewers want. And the viewers want the overall just like we do.
Hitlist is down there at 0.
BTOWN.
Hitlist sucking. Okay.
BTOWN.
Jukes, we're on the same page right now, okay?
It hurts, yeah.
We can move on from this one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The winners. Ooh, Lazarus back-to-back, but that at the end. I think that's like that's where it's all that glitter.
Yeah, I mean, we saw performances out of so many different teams that we didn't think were going to do well today. Obviously, the Knights stepped up in a lot of the games, but they won the first one, and then other teams were shutting them down. Good for you, Lazarus, showing us why you've been in the top spot every single time. XSET, they got to hold strong somewhere, and honestly, my favorite part is the fact that we close out the day with K19. It does not get any better than this. This is going to be such a redemption story if they're able to pull this off.
My call-out power is still on point. I just want to point that out. You guys wanted me to call out the hit list. I call out K19, and it worked, baby. It worked.
Sensed it. He sensed it. It is on point, I guess. I got to give it to him, right? Let's pull out who the MVP is going to be of this day. Who is it going to be? It's got to be Coop, right?
Yeah, it's got to be Coop.
It's the Cooperino. Bambino himself. It is.
Yeah.
Yep, it is the Coups, dude. 21? 21 elims? 7?
Wow. You want to know what's something funny about those 21 elims?
What?
I'm sorry, the Hitlist. I am so sorry for this.
Oh, no.
But the Hitlist in 2 days has gotten 22 elims. Coups. In 1 day.
Man.
In 1 day, my boy got 21. He got almost more Actually, you know what? For average, yeah, he blew the Hitlist out of the water, which is just absolutely ridiculous, Glitter.
Coups needs a raise at this point, okay? He is literally setting the bar at such a high level that no one has fully matched him there when it comes to damage output, elims, he even has one of the highest survival times when we're talking within a top 10 players sense. So, I mean, unstoppable as always, and I am unsurprised at this point that Coups is just the PUBG Mobile god that he is.
You know what?
Juggernaut on the
Coups was like, give me them glasses. No, it's Coups time.
QZ.
It's Coups. It's Coups.
Ooh, you know what? QZ's now looking to the sky, 7. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
Sorry, QC.
He's looking
I'm
to the
sorry.
sky. He's looking to the sky. All right, well, you know what? Let's give the people what they want. What they've been waiting for here at the final end of the show. What's the overall leaderboards looking like, baby? That's what we want to see. Where is everybody at? I know who's in first place. I can tell you that. It's the Knights. But you know what? It's that second page. That second page glitter that we're going to know for a fact we're going to keep an eye on.
Overall. Look at the top 5 isn't even changing at this point, okay? They're set in stone. They're comfortable. They know that they're sitting pretty moving forward towards finals, but what happened here? What happened?
Okay.
Oh, wow, Dope. Dope is
this
actually,
what we wanna see.
they've got a nice improvement in their points. BTOWN still holding on to 16th place, 7, but where's the rest of them?
I mean, Dope is at the point where they are. 10 points.
18.
And it went from
What?
30 points to just 10 points, baby. Let's go, K19. That's what I'm talking about. The hit list. I mean, tomorrow you guys gotta like be insane. But you know what? My belief now, it's on K19. I 100% believe in them, just like you, Hot Jukes.
Let me go ahead and get this thing. Let me get this thing cocked. I'm gonna get it loaded. Let me go ahead here. Let me go ahead and take the safety. Oh, baby! The race is on. It is on tomorrow because at this point, BTOWN, right, and Dope, all they have to do is put up as many points as K19. If they match K19, K19's out. K19 has to do better than them tomorrow. So the
Hunt them
race
down.
is on. Yep, the hunt is on for 6th. Dude, place tomorrow's gonna be crazy. 7. Glitter, come on, Glitter.
K19.
What do you think? Yeah, go ahead.
Hunt them down. Hunt them down. Do it.
Yes.
Do it.
Let's go. 7.
7, it's possible.
It is possible, and I just want to point out, K19 has done something that BTOWN Esports has not been able to do in 2 super weekends that they have played. And that is, K19 has actually been able to win a game. Which, I mean, if I was a betting man, you know, if we were asking the betting gods out there, I would go with the team that has actually proven that they can win a match.
Don't let us down. Don't let us down, K19.
And I'll tell you what,
Please,
K19
do not
is
clickbait
man.
me.
That's right. Please, please, please. Okay, well, tomorrow is going to be a crazy day, a crazy show. Once again, make sure you're following all the socials using that hashtag PMPL. I'm Hot Jukes here with 7, Glitter Explosion. Thanks to Span Cargo, Necro, and Zute. We will see you all tomorrow. Be there, or I don't know what the heck you're doing. Be there, okay? Be there. It's huge.
Be
It's
there.
going to be fun. Promise.
K19.
It's going to be pretty good. Yeah.
Team.
Cut away from us.
Oh, we're still doing this? Okay.
Yeah.